Hello everyone. Today we're going to talk about Chapter 9. Chapter 9 is basically about payroll. Okay, so the payroll cycle. Let's first start about payroll cycle. Companies usually pay employee weekly, bi-weekly, semi-monthly, or monthly. Okay, however, employee can affect how employees manage their money. So some employees prefer a weekly paycheck that spread the inflow of money. Employees who have monthly bills might find the twice a month or monthly paycheck more convenient. All employees would like more money to manage. Okay, so let's assume you earn five. You earn 50,000 per year, and the following table shows that you would earn each pay period. Okay, let's say you remember your earn is 50,000 per year. So if you get paid like weekly, you're gonna get paid like 52 times during the year. Okay, each times is gonna be 961.45 dollars. Okay, if you get paid bi-weekly, so you will get paid 26 times. If it's semi-monthly, you will get paid 24 times. If it's monthly, it's going to be 12 times during the year. Okay, so this is the typical type of payment the employees get, how they can get paid. Okay, so we have six scenarios of the payroll. We're going to talk about each one. The first scenario, which is the hourly rate of pay. Okay, so the hourly rate of pay, which is the regular type, so it's called the gross pay, equal to the hours employee worked, multiplying by the rate per hour. Okay, so if the employee worked 40 hours, for example, I'm gonna multiply the 40 hours by the rate per hour. Is different from company to company. Let's say it's $10 per hour. So the gross pay for this employee during this week is gonna be 400. Okay. Now, sometimes the company offer hourly overtime. Okay. So some companies they pay their employee an overtime hours, which is different than the regular our employee paid. Okay. Let's say we have first to calculate the overtime pay rate. Okay, we have a formula. And second, we have to calculate the gross pay. Okay, now let's assume I have an employee called Ryan. Let's assume Ryan worked 51 hours this week. Okay, so the regular hours for each employee to work is 40 hours. Okay, and Ryan worked 11 hour more than the regular hour. So I'm gonna pay Ryan the 40 hours by the regular rate and the remaining 11th hour by the overtime pay rate. Okay, this is how it's worked. So for this, it's easy. I'm gonna multiply the total hour by the rate. Now for the overtime hour, I'm gonna take the first calculate the overtime rate. Okay, and then take this rate and multiplying by 11. Okay, so let's see here. What is the formula for the overtime pay rate? You're gonna take the regular hourly pay rate and multiplying by 1.5. Okay, so you will take the regular hourly pay rate and multiplying by 1.4. Now the gross pay, okay, is the earning for 40 hours, which is the regular hour, plus the earning of the overtime hour. So it's gonna be uh, gross pay. So it's gonna be the hour, the regular hours multiplying by regular rate, okay, plus overtime hours times the overtime rate. Okay, let's see an example to see how it's work. This is our first example. uh, Employee is called R. Phillips. He works in Monday 13 hours, and Tuesday 8.5 hours, and Wednesday 10 hours, and Thursday 8 hours, and Friday 11.25 hours, and Saturday he worked 10 hours and 75 minutes, and the total for him is 61.5. Okay, so the regular hour in this company is 40 hours. He worked more. How I can calculate the overtime hours? So I'm gonna start first to calculate the hour overtime pay rate. Okay, so I'm gonna start by count the overtime, which is um, overtime rate, which is gonna be the regular rate per hour, which is 9 multiplied by 1.5, so it's gonna be 13.5, which is this is the overtime rate. Okay, now I don't know how many hours the employee worked as an overtime hours, so I'm gonna take the total and subtract the regular hours. So 61.5 minus the regular hour, which is 14. Okay, so it's gonna be 21.5 as an overtime hours. Okay, so I have this information, which is that overtime hours and the overtime rates. So the gross pay is gonna be the regular hours, which is 14 hours, times the regular rate, which is 9, plus the overtime hour, which is 21.5, times the overtime rate, which is 13.5. So then the new calculation. So 14 times 9 is going to be 360 plus 290.25. Then you make a sum. It's going to be 650.25. So our fields for payment for this week is going to be 650.25. Okay, we calculate first the regular hour and added the overtime hour rate. Okay, second scenario is called straight base rate pay. What does that mean? Some companies, especially manufacturer, pay worker according to how much they pursued. Okay, so the formula here is gross pay equal to the number of units pursued multiplying by the rate by unit. Okay, so it's the payment is gonna be dependent on how many of units. So if the employee produce, let's say 100 units, I'm gonna take this 100 units and multiplying by the rate per unit. Let's say the rate in my company per unit is 50 cents, for example. I'm gonna multiply these, so it's gonna be the payment for this employee is gonna be $50. Okay, so this is the idea. Instead of using hour, I'm gonna pay you depending on how many units you pursued. Let's say this example. Ryan Ross produced $900. He's paid 60 cents per doll. Calculate his gross pay. I'm gonna apply the formula. Gross pay is equal to the number of units, which is 900 times the rate, which is 60 cents, 96 cents. So it's going to be 864.00. Okay, So Ryan will get paid this week by 964. Okay, so I'm gonna pay him depending on how many units he pursued. Third scenario is called differential pay schedule. Okay, so the differential pay schedule, okay, um, it's a setup schedule for employees. So the company determines the rate this employee make by the amount of units the employee produce different level of protection. Okay, so what does that mean? So let's say you make $900, for example. Okay, I have a setup schedule like this. If you make between $1 to $50, I'm gonna pay you 50 cents. If you make more, like from 51 up to $150, I'm gonna pay you 62 cents for each dollar above between 51 up to 150. Okay, if you make more, let's say between 151 up to 200, so I'm gonna pay you 75 and so on. So for each level, you will get different payments depending on how many units you pursued. So let's say, what is the formula? Gross pay is the number of units produced multiplied by the various rate per unit. So the rates here is different in how many units you pursued. So let's say local company pay API Roger on the basis of the following schedule. Remember, the schedule is different from company to company. If I give you a question in a quiz or exam, I will give you the schedule with the question. Okay? So last week, Abby produced $300. What is Abby gross pay? Okay? So here, I'm gonna start first by break up the $300 depending on the schedule. Okay? So the 300 is equal to, from the first category is 50 plus. So this the second category is 100, because from 51 to 150 is 100, plus from 151 up to 200 is 50, and then over 200 it's gonna be, I only have left 100. If you make a sum of these, it's gonna be 300. Okay, so you will divide your number depending on the schedule. The first category here, it's only 50 could be fit here. The second category is 100, so it's gonna be fit here. Then I'm gonna take each number and multiplying by the rate. So 50 here, I'm gonna multiply the 50 here by the 50 cents. Okay, here. And take the 100 and multiply by the 62 cents, and so on. So let's see how we can apply this. So first, the 300 is divided depending on the schedule here to the 50 plus 100 plus 50 plus 100. Okay, this is dependent on the schedule. Now the gross pay is equal to 50, which is the first category, times 50 cents plus 100 times 62. Okay, plus 50 times 75 cents plus, and lastly I have 100 times $1.25. Okay, and then I will do my calculation, and then the gross pay is gonna be 249.50. So Abby will get paid this week by 249.50 cents. Okay, this is how we calculated his payment depending on the differential pay schedule. Okay, first divided your numbers depending on the schedule and multiplying each number by the rate. Hopefully it's clear. Okay, the fourth scenario is called straight commissions withdrawal. So companies frequently use straight commissions to determine the pay of salesperson. Okay, so this is related to the salesperson. This commissions is usually a certain percent of the amount the salesperson sells. So it's certain percent. Okay, an example of one group companies sees a pay commission is the rental car companies. Okay, this is an known example of straight commission withdrawal. Rent car or rental car company usually use this method. Okay, so first, what is the commissions and draw? Commissions is a certain, as we said, is the 30% of the amount a salesperson sells. Draw is an advance on the salesperson commissions. Okay, it's an advance. Let's say an example. By the way, drawn, you have to subtract this from the gross pay. Okay, let's say this is an example. Now, login company pay Jackie come to a straight commissions of 15% on her net sales. Okay, 15% on her net sales. Net sales are total sales less sales less than the sales returns. In May, Jackie had net sales of 56,000, and Logan gave Jackie a $600 draw in May. 600 draw in May. This is important. What is the Jackie gross pay? Okay, let's say first let's count the commissions. The amount, which is 56,000 times the percentage to the decimals is 0.50, so it's going to be 8,400. This is the commissions. Okay, you have to subtract the draw from the commissions, so it's going to be 8,400 minus 600. You have to subtract that from the commissions. So the gross pay for Jackie, it's gonna be 7,800 after we subtract the draw. Okay, so you have to subtract the draw. Now, the fifth scenario is called variable commissions sales. Variable commission scale is similar to the differential pay schedule. So a company with variable commission sales use different commissions rate for different level of net sales. Okay, so if you make a sales up to, for example, $35,000, you will get a commissions 40%. Okay, if you exceed 35,000 up to the 45,000, you will get a 6% as a commission. If your net sales is over 45,000, you will get 8% as a commissions. Okay, so let's say this is an example how we can determine this amount. Last month, Jane Ring net sales were $160,000. Okay, $160,000. What is Jane's gross pay based on the schedule? So we have this schedule. Okay, usually with the variable commission scale, I will give you the schedule with the question. So let's take the net sales and divide this number dependent on the schedule. Okay, it's equal to the first category is up to 35. So I'm gonna say 35,000 plus. So the second interval is between 35 up to 1,000 up to the 45,000. So The amount here is 10,000, could be fit there, plus the remaining offer 45,000, it's gonna be 115,000. Okay, now this is the net sales. Okay, I divided the net sales depending on the schedule. After that, I'm gonna take each sales and multiplying by the commissions rate. So it's gonna be the gross pay, the first one, 35,000 times 0.4 plus 10,000 times 0.06 plus 115,000 times 0.08, and then after you're done with your calculation, the gross pay is gonna be 11,200. Okay, hopefully it's clear. So first you have to divide your net sales depending on the schedule, and then multiply each sales by the percent. Now, last topic here is gonna be salary plus commissions. Okay, sometime the formula is gross pay equal to the salary plus the commissions. So sometimes they will edit your commissions to your salary. Okay, let's say this example. Logan company pay Joy Ray at $3,000 monthly salary. So this is the salary plus 4% commissions for sales over 20,000. Okay, so whatever you sell, you make above 20,000, you will get a commissions 4% of that sale. Okay, last month Joy's net sales were 50,000, and Lugal calculate Joy's gross monthly pay as following. So the formula is gross pay is equal to the salary plus the commissions. Commissions is commissions multiplying by the sales over 20,000. Let's say the salary here from the question is 300 plus the commissions, which is 4% converted to the decimal, is going to be 0.04. Multiplying the sales over 20,000 is going to be 30,000, because the total sales, it was 5,000. So, sorry, 50,000. 50,000 minus 20,000, which is the requirement. So it's going to be 30,000. So she will get the commissions on only 30,000. Okay, so the offer, which is 30,000, so after you multiply, it's going to be 1,200. So we're going to add it 1,200 to the salary. So her salary for this month is going to be 4,200. Okay, this is how they calculate. Sorry, it's Joy, to calculate Joy salary if it's required commissions. This is the end of chapter 9. Hopefully it's clear. Before we end it, I'm gonna just give you some example to practice. So let's say this example. Complete the following table. Employee name Blue. He worked on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday with these hours. So the question asked about the total hours and the gross pay. So the rate per hour is $7.95. Total hour, I'm gonna make a sum of all of these hours. So it's gonna be 11 plus 6 plus 9 plus 7 plus 6 is gonna be 39 hours. Now, the gross pay, I'm gonna take the 39 and hours multiplying by the rate by hour, which is 7.95. Okay, so this is gross pay. Okay, so it's gonna be 39 multiplying by 7.95 cents. So it's gonna be 310.05. Okay, this is the gross pay for blue in this week. Assuming blue for the other week worked more than the 39 hours, let's say. Complete the following table, assuming the offer time for each employee is time and a half rate after 40 hours, which is 1.5. Okay, so he worked in these days with these numbers of hours. The total regular hour, which is 40. We have to calculate the total offer time hours. Okay, and we have to calculate the regular rates and offer time rate and the gross earning. Okay, so first we're gonna count total hours because it's not given from the question. I only give me the numbers of hours. So it's gonna be 12.9 so plus 9 plus 9 plus 3, so it's gonna be 51 hours. Okay, so the total hours is 51. Now I'm gonna calculate the offer times hours. It's gonna be 51 minus the 40, which is the regular hours, so it's 11 hours. Okay, now I'm gonna count the offer times. Let's say, sorry, just to make it clear, offer times hour. Okay, now offer times rates. It's gonna be the regular rates, which is $8 multiplying by 1.5, so it's gonna be 12. Okay, now I'm gonna count the gross earning. Which is gonna be 40 times $8 plus 11 times $12. Here is the regular and here is for the overtime, so it's gonna be 320 plus 132, so it's gonna be 452. So blue, the payment for blue this week is gonna be 452. Now the question says calculate the gross earning. The worker name link. The unit he pursued is 480. The rate per unit is $3.50. The question asks to count the gross earning. So the gross earning, and I have a formula for that, is equal to the number of units he pursued times the rate per unit. So the number of units he pursued, which is 480, times the rate, which is $3.50. So it's gonna be 1,680. Okay, now I have another example of differential pay scale. Calculate the gross earning for each apple picker. I have an apple picker, okay, and I have a differential pay scale. So the first category is if the apple picker, which is called Ryan, if Ryan picked like 1,000 apple, I'm gonna count each one by 3 cents. If he picked between 1,001 up to 1,600, I'm gonna pay him 5 cents per apple. If he picked over 1,600, I'm gonna pay him 7 cents for each apple. Okay, so let's start by first divided the number. How many numbers of how many apples Ryan picked is 1,600. So I'm gonna divide this number depending on in the differential base scale. The first category is 1,000. Okay, I have left 600, which is all we fit to the second category. So that's it. I won't go to the other category because I only have 1,600. If I have more, then I might go to the last category. Okay. So now I only have two categories. Then I'm gonna count the gross earning, which is 1,000 multiplying by 3 cents plus 600 multiplying by 5 cents, and then it's gonna be $60. Okay, so I'm gonna pay for Ryan only $60. Okay, so after you run your calculation, it's gonna be $60. Hopefully it's clear. I have last problem, which will be the end of chapter 9. The problem is about commissions, variable commission scale. So let's say I have a company which is called Run Company, which has the following commission schedule. If the sales up to 80,000, the commission rate is going to be 2%. If the sales exceed 80,000 up to 100,000, so the commission rate is going to be 3.5%. If the sales more than 100,000, so the commission is going to be 4%. Okay, the employee is called Ron Air. The total sale he made is 155,000. And the question asks about the gross pay. So first I have to divide the numbers to the schedule, the commission schedule. So 150,000. Okay, it's gonna be the first category. It's up to 80,000. Okay, plus second category is between 80,000 up to 100,000. So I'm gonna add it only 20,000. So now I still have 55,000, which will be my last category. Now, if you make a sum of all of these, it's gonna be the total sales 155,000. Okay, now I'm done with substitute all the value. So now I'm gonna calculate the gross pay, which is the first sales, which is 80,000 multiplying by the commissions rate is 2%. So I'm gonna convert it to decimal plus 20,000 multiplying by 0.035 plus last category, which is 55,000 times the rate, which is 0.4. And then after done all your calculation, the gross pay is going to be 4,400. Okay, so the payment for Ron Air, for his the gross earning for Ron Air is going to be 4,500. Okay, hopefully it's clear. The biggest task here is first to divide the numbers dependent on the schedule, and then multiplying each numbers by its commission rate. Hopefully it's clear. If you have any question, just let me know, and good luck in your quiz. Hello everyone. Today we're gonna discover chapter 10 from our book. Chapter 10 is basically about simple interest. So we're gonna talk a little bit about interest, what its formula, how we can calculate it, and other some concepts. So the learning unit objects in this unit is first we're gonna learn how to calculate the simple interest and the maturity value. Also, we're gonna find and knowing in simple interest formula. And last topic, we're gonna talk about US rule, which mean making partial notes being made before the due date. So let's start by introducing some definition. First, what is the maturity value? The maturity value is the principal, which is the amount of the loan, which is the original amount. Interest is cost of borrowing money. So this is the main objective of this chapter, to calculate the interest, which is the cost of borrowing money. Simple interest is equal to principal times rate times time. So the principal, as we said, is the original amount, okay? The rate, which is stated at the percent. Time, you have to state this one in years. So it's the time that took to return the money to the institution or to the company or to the bank. Okay, so let's see an example. The first example here is about simple interest formula. Ahmed borrowed $40,000 for office furniture. The loan was for 6 months at an annual interest rate of 4%. What are Ahmed's interest and maturity value? So remember, we have two formulas for the interest, the simple interest and the maturity value. So first of all, the simple interest, you have to calculate the interest. The formula is interest equal to principal times the rate times time. Now, the principal from the question is $40,000. The rate is 4%. You have to convert it to decimal, so it's going to be 0.04. Okay, so you have to convert it to decimal. A time from the question is 6 months, but since we said stated in years, then you have to divide it 6 divided 12. So this is important. You have to state your time in years. Since you have here 6 months, then you have to divide it by 12 months, which is 1 year. Okay, so after you substitute all the values, so it's going to be $800, which is the interest here in this situation. Now, to calculate the maturity value, you have to take the principal plus the interest. The principal from the question is $40,000. The interest that we calculate is 800. Then the maturity value is $40,800. Okay, so this is in the first example. Second example, Ahmed borrowed $40,000. The loan was for 1 year. Okay, 1 year, which is we have 12 months. At the rate of 4%, you have to convert it to decimal. It's going to be 0.04. What is interest and maturity value? Okay, so first, to calculate the interest, I have to write the formula first. Interest equal to principal times rate times time. Okay, so the principal from the question, 40,000. The rate, which is 0.04. The time, which is 12 divided by 12. Okay, so it's going to be, this one's going to be 1. So you can write it like this, or you can write it as 1, the same thing. And then it's going to be, if you calculate it, it's going to be $1,600. So this is the interest. So the second requirement is to calculate the NP. It's going to be the principal times the interest. So the principal from the question is 40,000. The interest, which is 1,600, as we calculated here. So it's going to be 41 $600. Okay, so this is the maturity value that we have to find it. So then from the second example, the third example is same scenario. Ahmed borrowed 40,000. The loan was for 18 months. So here's the difference. The time here is 18 months. The rate is 4%. What is interest and maturity value? So again, I'm gonna apply the formula. Interest equal to principal times rate times time. So it's gonna be the principal is 40,000, the rate which is 0.04, and the time is 18 divided by 12. So if you calculate all of that, it's going to be 2,400. Okay, so this is my interest. Now, in fee is equal to principal times the interest, plus the interest. So it's going to be the principal here is going to be 40,000 plus the interest, which is we calculated 2,400. So it's going to be $42,400. Okay, so this is the maturity value. Hopefully it's clear. It's only apply the formula and then substitute all the value that we have. Now we have two methods of calculating simple interest and maturity value. So we have two methods. The first method is called exact interest, and the second method is called ordinary interest. What does that mean? The exact interest is used by Federal Reserve banks and the federal government. Okay, now the play area here, you will use the same interest formula and the maturity value. All you have to play in the time area. Okay, so in time area here, exact number of days divided by 365. This is if the question stated clearly, use exact interest method. Okay, now here in this scenario, the question didn't say anything about the time, so always divided by 12. Okay, the question here didn't say anything about which method you have to follow, then divide by 12. If the question says clearly, use the exact interest method, then you have to divide it by 365. Okay, so first, let's describe leap years and non-leap years. Now, a year is divided into 12 months. We know that. Now, we have different types of years. We have first leap years. The difference is only in 1 month, which is the February month. So in leap year, February, it will be 29 days. Okay, so this is important when you're calculating the date. February here is 29 only in leap years. The question said use leap years, then make sure the February is 29, only February. If the question said non-leap year, then February is going to be 28. Okay, so this is important. Focus on it when you see the question. Okay, let's see an example on method 1. On March 4, Joy Benish borrowed $50,000 at 5% interest. Okay, interest and principal are due in July 6. What are the interest costs and the maturity value? Okay, so we have here the principal, we have the rate, okay, but the time we don't have it. I only have the starting day and the due date. Okay, so this is the question said use exact interest. So I'm gonna first calculate or counting the days from starting day until the due date. Now we start on March 4. How many days the whole month, the March, how many days in March is 31? Then 31 minus 4 is going to be 27 days. So then with the March, we have only 27 days. April, we have the whole month, 30 days. May, we have 31 days, the whole month. June, we have the whole month. In July is the due date, which is 6, so I have only 6 days. Okay, then I'm gonna make a sum all of these days 27 plus 30 plus 31 plus 30 plus 6, it's going to be 124 days. Okay, so the number of days that I have, exact number of days I have 124. Okay, now since I'm using exact interest, okay, so the time here, it's going to be 124 divided by 365. Why I'm choosing 365? Because the question said use exact interest method. Okay, then I'm going to apply interest formula. So I'm going to calculate the interest equal to principal times the rate times time. The principal is $50,000, the rate is 0.05, and the time here is 124 divided by 365. Okay, this is my time. I took it from here. So I'm going to do the multiplication. So the interest is going to be 849.32. So this is my interest. Then I'm going to calculate the maturity value. It's equal to principal plus the interest. So it's going to be $50,849.32. Okay, this is how we calculate it. So first we're going to solve for the time. We're going to counting the day and then divide it by either 365 if the question said use exact interest, or I'm going to apply the ordinary method, which is you have to divide it by 360. We're going to discover it later. So this is the big idea. The only idea here is how to change the time to fit the question if it said exact interest. Okay, the second method is called ordinary interest, which is the banker's rule. This is the common method used by banks. So the formula is times, again, the play area here is always time. So time is exact number of days, which is you have to count all the days, divided by 360. Okay, so this is important. In ordinary interest, you have to divide by 360. Okay, this is important. So let's say an example. Now, the same example, but here we have to use the ordinary interest, which is 360. So I'm gonna first counting the days. Okay, after you count the days, so I have 124. Now, here's important. If you count the days and you missed, you make a mistake in counting, then your answer will be wrong. So be careful. You have to count the days carefully. Okay, so I have 124 days. So times here is equal 124 divided by 360. Why 360? Because I'm using ordinary interest method. So then I'm going to apply the interest formula. Okay, and then the principal is 50,000, the rate is 0.05, and the time is 124 divided by 360. Okay, so it's going to be equal to 861.11. This is the interest, and then I'm going to count the maturity value, which is equal to 50,861.11. Now, the big difference here, always when you use the ordinary interest, you will get a higher amount than the exact interest. That's describe why banks, the commercial bank especially, they like to use this method. Hopefully it's clear. There is another practice in the end of this chapter. We're gonna go through it again. Now let's see this example. Now in May 4, Down Crystal borrowed $15,000 at 8%, okay, which is the rate. Down must pay the principal and interest on August 10. So the due date here is August 10, starting from May 4. Now, what are Down's simple interest and maturity value if you use the exact interest method? So first, the question asks, what is the simple interest and maturity value if you use the exact interest? And what is the simple interest and maturity value if you use the ordinary interest method? Okay, so we're gonna calculate for all of them to see the different amount. So first we're gonna start by counting the day. So we started on May 4. Okay, so we're gonna start from May. How many days I have on May? I have 31 days. minus 4. So since it's minus 4, so it's going to be 27 days. Okay, I have in June 30 days, the whole month. I have in July the whole month, which is 31. In August, which is the due date, I have only 10 days. So I'm going to count all of these days. Okay, so the total is going to be 98 days. So this is my total. Okay, now I'm gonna start by using exact interest method. So first I'm gonna apply the interest formula. Interest is equal to principal times the rate times the time. So the principal from the question is 15,000. The rate, which is 0.08. The time, which is 98 divided by 365. Okay, and then after I do the multiplication, so the interest is going to be 322.19. Okay, then I'm gonna solve for the maturity value. So it's going to be principal equal to plus the interest. The principal is going to be 15,000 plus the interest, which is 322.19. So it's going to be 15,322.19. So this is my answer. Oh, this is my maturity value when I use the exact interest. Okay, let's say how much is going to be the maturity value if I use ordinary interest. So I'm going to apply the interest formula, principal by rate by time. So the principal is going to be 15,000. The rate is 0.08. The time is 98 divided by 360. Why 360? Because I'm going to use the ordinary interest method. Okay, so after doing the multiplication, it's going to be 326.67. Okay, then I'm going to calculate the maturity value. It's going to be principal plus the interest, which is 15,000 plus the interest, 326.67. So it's going to be 15,326.67. So this is the maturity value if I use the ordinary interest method. And as I said, it's usually higher than the exact interest method. Okay, hopefully it's clear. This is the basic idea about using ordinary or exact interest method. First, you have to count the days and then apply the formula. Okay, now the second topic in this chapter is called finding and knowing in simple interest formula. What I mean by finding and knowing, sometimes you will have the interest formula like this, and then you are missing some value. Let's say you are missing the principal. You are giving the interest, the rate, and the time. And the question asks you to solve for the principal. So the first step, you have to substitute all the value and then solve for unknowing, as we did in chapter 6. This is the basic idea. Now, another scenario, it might be giving you the interest, okay, and the principal, and ask you to find the rate, or asking you to find the time. Okay, so they will give you the three other values and ask you to find one missing values. Okay, let's say this example, the missing item or the missing value here in this question is the principal. Okay, so Tim paid the bank $19.48 interest at 9.5% for 90 days. How much did Tim borrow using the ordinary interest method? Okay, so the question here said ordinary interest method, then in time you have to divide it by 360. If the question didn't say anything about which method you have to use, then divide the time by 12. That's it. This is important, okay? So now, from the question, I know I'm missing the principal. Okay, now I have the interest, I have, which is I have the rate, and I have the time. So I'm missing only the principal. Then I'm going to write down the interest formula. I equal to B time R times T. Substitute all the value. The interest is 19.48. The principal is missing, the rate and the time. Here in time, I have to divide it by 360 because time here, the question here said use ordinary interest method. And then solve for unknown B. Okay, so it's going to be 820.21. Okay, after the solve, it's going to be 821. Now, can I check my work? Of course you can, by apply the same formula. Okay, so you have to apply the same formula and then substitute all the value, including the one you solve it from the previous step. And then if you get both parts are equal, then your answer is correct. In this situation, you have to get both parts equal to 19.48 equal to 19.48. So if you get like this, then your answer is correct. Okay, you have to get both parts are equal. Now, another situation, if the question asks you to find the rate, okay, so they will give you the interest, the principal, the time, and ask you to find the rate. So let's say Tim borrowed 820.21 from a bank. Tim, and so this is my principal. Tim interest is 19.48, which is interest, 90-day, which is the time. What rate of interest did Tim pay using the ordinary interest method? So I have the ordinary interest method, and the question asks you to find the rate. So first, as I said, you have to apply the interest formula. I equal to B times R times T. Solve for unknowing R. So the rate is equal to interest divided by principal time times time. So it's going to be the interest 19.48 equal to principal, which is 820.21, the rate, which is missing, and the time 90 divided by 360. Again, 360 because the question said use ordinary interest method. Then solve for R. It's going to be 19.48 divided by the principal times 90 divided by 360. Okay, and then solve for R. R is going to be 0.0. Sorry, it's going to be 0.95. Okay, so the question said rate, then you have to convert it to percentage. So it's going to be multiplying by 100. So it's going to be 9.5 percentage. So this is my answer. Now, can I check my work? Yes, you can. By substitute all the value in the interest formula. If you get both parts are equal, then your answer is correct. Okay, let's say another scenario. Last scenario is the question asks you about the time. Okay, how we can solve it? Let's say Tim borrowed 820.21 from a bank. So this is the principal. Tim interest is 19.48 at 9.5%. This is the rate. What was the duration of loan using the ordinary interest method? So I have ordinary interest method, and the question asks about the duration, which is the time. So I'm missing the time. Okay, again, I'm going to apply the interest formula. So substitute all the value. Okay, the principal here is 820.21, the rate, which is 0.095, the time, which is missing. Okay, then I'm going to solve for the time. So it's going to be 19.48 divided by the principal. So it's going to be 0.25. Okay, now it's in decimal form. Since in decimal form, then I have to convert it to years by multiplying by 360. Why 360? Because the question said use ordinary interest method. So it's gonna be 90 days. So this is the answer. Okay, if you got a whole number here, then said, for example, if you get here 2, then 2 years. If you got 3, 3 years. If it's the whole number, since I got decimal numbers, then I have to multiply by 360. It's gonna be 90 days. Now, can I check my work? Yes, by applying the same formula. If you get both bars are equal, then your answer is correct. Okay. Now, last topic in this chapter is called US rule. What is US rule? It's about making partial note payment before due date. Always, if you borrow money from a bank, you have a due date to retain the money. Okay, so I have US rule about this one, especially if you're making a partial note payment. So any partial loan payment first cover any interest that has built up. The remainder of the partial payment reduce the loan principal. Okay, so let's say I am the customer. I paid partial. Okay, so I pay partial payment. Okay, so the partial payment first cover interest. Okay, let's say the partial payment, let's say my principal, it was 1,000, for example. Okay, I paid a partial payment which is 200. Okay, and let's say this is the principal and the interest is equal to 300. Okay, so for example, now I made a partial payment of $200. Okay, or let's say $400. Okay, so I made a partial payment of $400. So first I'm gonna cover the interest, which is 300. I'm gonna pay that first, and then second I'm gonna apply to the principal 100, which is the remaining 400. So first I'm gonna cover the interest by 300, and then I'm gonna reduce the principal by 100. Then the remaining, it's gonna be 900. Okay, get the idea? So first cover the interest, and then apply the remaining for the principal. You cannot pay directly to the principal before paying the interest to the bank. So this is the idea about US rule. It's allowed the borrower to receive proper interest credit. This rule states that any partial loan payment first cover any interest that has built up, and the remaining of the partial payment reduce the loan principal. Court or legal procedure generally use the US rule. Okay, this is important. So court or legal procedure generally use US rule. So let's say an example. Jeff of $5,000 on 4%, 90-day notes. Okay, so how many days Jeff have to return the money? He has 90 days. So let's say like this. Okay, this is day 1 and this is day 90. Okay, this is from the question. Now on day 50, okay, Joy pays 600 on the note. Okay, so in day 50, let's say this is day 50, he paid 600. Okay, now in day 80, this is day 80, let's say, for example, he make another payment with $800. Okay, additional payment. Now assume that 360 day years, which is mean use ordinary method. What is Jeff adjusted balance after day 50 and after day 80? Okay, so now we have to calculate first for the adjusted balance after day 50 and then after day 80, and what is the ending balance to ending balance, which is in day 90. So we have to do 3 steps to solve this problem. First step, we have to calculate the interest, okay, or compute the interest. on 5,000 for the first 50 days. Okay, so first I'm gonna compute the interest for these interval between day 1 and day 50. Okay, how many days I have between day 1 and day 50? I have 50 days. So I'm gonna apply the principal formula. The simple interest formula. The principal here is 5,000. The rate from the question 0.04. The time is 50 days divided by 360 because the question said use ordinary interest method. And then the interest here is going to be $27.78. Okay, so this is my first interest, or the first interest for the first 50 days. Now, I have, since I use US rule, so first I have to take this amount subtracted from the payment he made. He made the payment here, which is 600. So I'm gonna subtract the interest from this amount because remember, any payment should first cover the interest. So the interest here is 27.78. So I'm gonna cover this. So the remaining is 572.22. So this is the remaining amount from his payment, from his first payment. Okay, then I'm gonna apply the remaining to the principal. So 5,000 minus 527.22 is gonna be 4,427.78. Okay, so this is the first step for the first 50 days. So now I'm gonna, this is adjustance balance. Okay, so now I will forget about the 5,000 and only look to this balance. Okay, now done from the first interval. Second interval is between day 50 and day 80. So I'm gonna compute the interest between day 50 and day 80. Now, how many days I have between this interval? I have 30 days. Between 50 and 80, I have 30 days. So I'm gonna start, okay, to apply the interest formula for these 30 days. So the time here is 30 divided by 360. So the principal formula is equal to B times R times time. So the principal is 4,427.78. So this is from the previous step. This is my principal now. And then multiply by the rate, which is 0.04 times time, as I said, is 30 days. So I'm going to take 30 divided by 360. So this is my second interest, which is 14.76. So this is my interest. Now, since Jeff make another payment of 800, so I'm going to subtract this amount from 800 to cover the interest first. So the remaining is 785.24. So this is the remaining from his payment. Then I'm gonna reduce the principal by subtract this amount from the principal. So it's gonna be 4,427.78 minus 785.24. So it's gonna be 3,642.45. Sorry, 55. So this one is my second adjusted balance after the second payment. So this one is the adjusted balance. So I'm gonna forget about this one. Only look to this one. Okay. So now I find the I calculate for the first one, the second one. Did I finish? No. I have remaining days between day 80 and the due date. What is the remaining days? Is about 10 days between day 80 and day 90. So I have to compute the interest for this day, for these days. Okay, so I'm gonna compute the interest on this principal, which is the adjusted balance for the last 10 days. So I'm gonna apply the principal formula, the simple interest formula to find the interest for this day. So then the interest for the 10 days is gonna be $4.05. Okay, so this is the interest for the 10 days. After that, I'm gonna take this interest and adding to the adjusted balance after the second payment. okay, which is 3,642.54 plus the interest for the remaining 10 days, okay, and this is the ending balance. So this is the ending balance, which is has to be paid in the due date after, which is in day 19. Okay, so this is the ending balance. So always follow the steps to make sure your answer is correct. Okay, this is an example of US rule. So let's say now this is the end of chapter 10. This is we cover all the topics. I'm gonna now get starting by doing some examples from your book. So the first example is calculate the simple interest and maturity value for the following problem, round to the nearest cent as needed. So I have a principal here as 7,800. The interest rate is 4.044%. The time is 18 months. I'm going to calculate for the simple interest and the maturity value. Okay, so first I'm going to calculate the interest. I equal to B times R times T. Okay, now the principal from the question is 7,800 multiplying by the rate. Now the rate here is in I have to convert to decimal, so it's going to be 0.0425 after I convert it to decimal, multiplying by 18. Now the question didn't say which method I have to follow, then I'm gonna divide it by 12. Okay, because the question didn't say which method I should use, then I'm gonna apply the original method by dividing by 12. So the interest here is gonna be 497.25. Okay, so this is the interest. How I can calculate the maturity value? It's gonna be the principal plus the interest. So it's gonna be 7,800 plus the interest, which is 497.25. So it's going to be 8,297.25. Okay, so this is my maturity value. Okay, now in the second example, the question said use ordinary interest. Okay, the question said use ordinary interest. So the principal here is 1,000. The interest rate is 8%. Date of borrowing in March 8. Date of rebate, which is the due date, in June 9. Calculate the exact time, interest, and the maturity value. Okay, so first I'm gonna counting the days. Okay, this is important, pay attention please. Now, I'm starting from March 8. How many days I have for March? I have 31.8 minus 8. It's going to be 23 days. Okay, now I have the whole month of April, which is 30, the whole month of May, which is 31, and in June, which is the due date, I have only 9 days. So I'm going to calculate all these days, so it's going to be 93 days. Okay, so the time, exact time, it's going to be 93 divided by 360. Okay, now I'm going to calculate for the interest, which is principal times rate times time. The principal from the question is 1,000. The rate is 0.08. The time from the question is, as I did here, which is 93 divided by 360. After you do the multiplication, it's going to be 20.76. So I'm done with the interest. So I'm going to calculate the maturity value, which is the principal plus the interest. The principal 1,000. The interest is 20.67. So it's going to be 1,020.67. Okay, this is if the question said use ordinary interest. Now, what about if the question said use exact interest? Okay, so how we can calculate that? First, we're counting the day from the previous, from this question is the same. So the exact time is equal to 93 divided by 365. Okay, this is the exact time. And then I'm gonna apply the formula. I equal to B times R times T. Now, I use 360 because the question said use exact interest. Okay, so let's start. The principal is 1000. The rate is 0.08. The time is 93 divided by 365. Okay, so it's going to be $20.38. And then the maturity value is going to be principal plus the interest, 1000 plus the interest, which is 20.38. So it's going to be 1020.38. Okay, so this is the maturity value. Now, notice that when I use the exact interest, the amount is lower than when I use the ordinary interest, which is 1.20.67. Okay, so this is the big difference. The other difference is here I divided by 365, and here I divided by 360 because the question said which method I have to use. Okay, now here another example for solving for unknowing. So here I have the principal, I have the interest rate, I'm missing the time, and I have the simple interest. So I'm gonna apply the simple interest formula. Is principal times rate times time. Now the interest from the question is 100. The principal is 400. The rate is 0.05. The time is missing. Then I'm gonna solve for T. 100 divided by 400 times 0.05. So it's gonna be 5. Now, since I have a whole number, then I'm gonna say 5 years. Remember, time always stays in year. So this is my final answer. It's 5 years. If I get here, this one number, then I have to multiply by the method the question said to get the whole number. Okay. Now, this is the end of chapter 10 reviews. I put some questions to you to try to solve it by yourself. Okay, now this is a straightforward example of using interest and maturity value. Here to counting the day and apply the formulas. Here to solve for the simple interest by using ordinary interest method. Here by solving for the time. Here for the principal. Here by using US rule. Here the same. But now I'm gonna solve for you number C, because another practice for you is rules. I'm gonna throw it again carefully to just make you more to make it more simple to you. Okay, let's first understand the question and how we can approach the problem. First, a trader borrowed $3,000 on 100 days. So this is the period of my money. So this is day 1 and this is day 100. Okay, now for 4%, which is a simple interest note, he paid 500 toward the note on day 30. So in day 30, the trader paid 500. On day 70, this is day 70, he paid another additional 500. So assume 360 years. What is the ending balance due? Okay, the ending balance due, that's mean and after length after, this is mean, and the due date, which is after 100 days. This is the due. So the question asked about the ending balance. how I can approach the problem. First, I'm gonna calculate the interest, okay, for the first interval between day 1 and day 30, and then subtract the interest from the amount he paid, and then reduce the principal. Okay, so remember US rule, first any payment you have to cover the interest and then cover the principal. And then the second step, I'm gonna calculate the interest for the second interval, which is between day 30 and day 70. Last step, I have to compute the interest on the last interval, which is between day 70 and day 100, and added it to the adjusted balance from the previous interval. Okay, so let's start. Step 1. Okay, compute the interest on 1 second. Okay, at day 30. Okay, so day 30, I'm gonna apply the principal. The simple interest formula is equal to principal times R times time. So the principal here is 3,000. The rate is 0.04, and the time is 30 days divided by 360. Okay, why 360? Because the question said use 360-day year. Okay, then I'm gonna solve it. So it's gonna be sorry, the interest is gonna be $10. Okay, so first I'm done from the interest, then I'm gonna reduce this amount from the payments he paid, which is 500. So I'm gonna take 500 minus the 10, so it's gonna be 490. Okay, so this is the remaining after we subtract the interest from the payment he did, and then I'm gonna apply this amount to reduce the interest. The principal. The principal that I have is 3,000 minus 490, so it's gonna be 2,510. So this is adjusting balance after the first payment. Okay, now I'm gonna apply step 2. So done with this interval, then I'm gonna look to the second interval between day 30 and day 70. I have 40 days between these days. Then I'm gonna put my time as 40 divided by 360. So compute interest on or between day 70 on the adjusted balance, which is 2,510. Okay, so I'm gonna apply the principal. So it's gonna be 2,510. Remember here I have to forget about the 3,000. I'm gonna look to the adjusted balance after the first payment. The rate, which is 0.04, and the time is 40 divided by 360. Okay, so the interest here is gonna be 11.60. So now I'm gonna take the payment he did, which is 500 here, 500 divided by minus interest, 11.60. So it's gonna be 488.84. And then I'm gonna find the adjusted balance, which is I'm gonna take this and subtract it from the adjusted balance from the previous step, 2,510 minus 488.84. So it's gonna be 2,021.60. So this is my second adjusted balance. Okay, after the second payment. So I'm gonna forget about that and only look to this balance. So now step 3, I'm gonna compute interest on the remaining days. What is the remaining days? Is the days between 70 and 100, and I have 30 days between them. So I'm gonna apply the interest formula. Okay, the principal here is the adjustment based from the previous step, which is 2000 to 21.16. The rate is 0.04 and the time is 30 divided by 360. So it's going to be $6.74. This is my interest. Then last step, I'm going to take this amount and add it to the adjusted balance from the previous step to find the remaining or the ending balance. Okay, so the ending balance is equal to 2021.60 plus 6.74. So it's gonna be 2027.19. So this is the ending balance. Okay, so you have to follow the step to get to the right answer. Don't mix up between the steps, otherwise it's gonna be much easier by practice. Hopefully it's clear. This is the end of chapter 10. If you have any questions, just let me know. Hello everyone. Now we're gonna talk about chapter 12. Chapter 12 is basically completing to chapter 10. It's talking about compounding interest and present value. Compounding interest is it's the same concept about the interest, but here it's compounded. So it's different than chapter 10 because chapter 10 we talk only about the simple interest, but now we're gonna discover the compounded interest and the present value. Okay, so we're gonna discover these topics. First, we're gonna talk about compounded interest, which is the future value, and we're gonna talk about present value. Okay, so in this chapter, I'm gonna introduce a business math handbook. It's part of your book. There is a tables we should use in these chapters, and chapter 13 and 14. So we're gonna talk about all of them, how we can apply these tables to our questions, searching for the table factor, and all of this stuff. Okay. So first, before we start doing all of that, I'm gonna starting by introduce some concepts from these chapters. So far we have discussed only simple interest, which is the interest on the principal alone. Okay, the simple interest is the interest on the simple alone. Simple interest is either paid at the end of the loan period or deducted in advance. Okay, so you will get to pay your simple interest in the end of the loan period, or you it will be deducted in advance. Okay, it's depending on the institution. From this chapter introduction, you know that interest can also be component. Okay, component, it's mean involve the calculation of interest periodically over the life of loan or investment. I'm gonna take the interest many times during the investment time. Okay, this is the difference in component. I'm gonna take the interest many times during the investment or loan time. In simple interest, I only took it one time. Okay, one time during the investment or loan time, but here in component, I'm gonna take it many times or multiple times during this time. After each calculation, the interest is added into the principal. Okay, future calculation are on the adjusted principal, which is the old plus interest. What does that mean? Let's say for this year, I'm gonna calculate the principal plus the interest. Okay, so this is equal to the future, sorry, equal to the future value. Okay, so from chapter 10, we talk about this as a principal. Here, we're gonna talk about this as a future, present value plus the compounding interest equal to the future value. So here is a new concept. I'm gonna introduce it now. From chapter 10, I'm gonna write it down here. From chapter 10, our formula, it was the principal or the maturity value. Let's write it down. The maturity value is equal to principal plus the interest. Okay, in chapter 12, okay, the maturity value is going to be future value. The principal here is going to be present value, and the interest is going to be component interest. Okay, component interest. So this is for chapter 12. Future value equal to present value plus the interest. Okay, so it's similar idea but different procedure. So let's see how we can do that. So component interest, which is the interest in the principal plus the interest of periods. Okay, so this is the component interest. Future value, which is the final amount of our investment at the end of the last period. Okay, as I said, the interest will taking many times during the period. So the end of the last period is the future value. The present value is the value of loan for investment today in the first period, which is today. Okay. So let's say, what is component term? Component term, if it's said annually, that's mean it's taken one time or once a year. Okay, so you have to multiply by 1 because it's only one time per year. Now, semi-annually, it's every 6 months. The year it has 12 months. Since it's every 6 months, that's mean it's taken twice per year, 2 times per year. Okay, quarterly, which is every 3 months, that's mean it's taken 4 times per year. Monthly, the year has 12 months, so this is taken 12 times per year. Daily, it's taken every day, let's say 360 days. Okay, so this is how to find the number of periods. We're going to talk about this later, but now it's important to know what is mean annually, which is once a year. Semi-annually, it's twice per year. Quarterly is 4 times per year. Monthly, which is 12 months. Daily is 360 days. This is the basic idea. Okay, now the future value of 1 at 8% for 4 periods. Okay, so this is the big picture about future value. Okay, so today I'm investment in the present value. I invest $1. Okay, so you will get it calculate each year separately to calculate the after 1 year. You will have to calculate the future value for after the 1 year, and then here the end of the last period. This is my future value. Okay, so this is the idea. So here the big picture for that, the present value is $1, the future value is $1.3605. Okay, how we can calculate that? We have 2 main methods to do that, to calculate the future value. So we're gonna talk about this. First, we're gonna calculate it manually. Okay, what does that mean? To calculate it manually. So we have 3 steps to do it. First, calculate the simple interest. Okay, so first we're gonna calculate the simple interest and add it to the principal. So this is for the first year. For the first year, I have to calculate the simple interest and then use this total to figure out the next year interest. Okay, so first, as I said, for the first year, calculate the simple interest and then add it to the principal to find the maturity value, and then use this to figure out the next year interest. Okay, now step 2, repeat for the total number of periods. Each year you have to do the same. Step 3, component amount plus principal is the component interest. This is to find the component interest. Okay, so let's say how we can do that. An example. So Bill Smith deposited $80 in saving account for 4 years at an annual interest rate of 8%. what is bill interest and component amount. Okay, what is the bill interest and component amount? As I said, first calculate each year separately, find the simple interest. Okay, so I have the principal here. I have the principal, which is $80. I have the time, 4 years, and I have the rate, 8 years. Okay, so I'm gonna start year 1, the interest. Okay, the interest is B times R times T. The principal is $80. The rate 0.08. The time is 4. So, sorry. The times here is 1. Why? Because it's only after 1 year. It's after only 1 year. Okay, so 1. So it's gonna be 6.40. Then the maturity value is gonna be 80 plus 6.40, so it's gonna be 86.40. So this is the maturity value for after the year 1. Now year 2, I'm gonna take this, the maturity value, as a principal for the second year. Okay, so I'm gonna apply this as a principal for the second year. So B here is equal 86.40. So I'm gonna apply the interest. So the principal is 86.40. The rate 0.08. The time is 1. Again, because I'm calculating for only 1 year, so it's gonna be $6.91. Okay, maturity value, it's gonna be 86.40 plus 6.91. So it's gonna be $93.31. This is for year 2. Now, for year 3, repeat the whole process. Apply the maturity value as a principal for year 3. Then the interest is going to be principal times R times T. The principal for year 3 is going to be 93.31. The rate 0.08, and the time is 1. So it's going to be 7.46. M fee, or the maturity value, is going to be 93.31 plus 7.46. So it's going to be 100.77. Okay, so this is for year 3. Now for year 4, I'm going to do the same process. Apply this as the principal for year 4. So the interest is going to be B times R times T. So the principal here is 100.77 times 0.08 times 1, which is 1 year. So it's going to be 8.06. Okay, so M fee now, it's going to be 177 plus 8.06. So it's going to be 108.83. So this is the future value. Okay, this is the future value. Now, how I can find the component amount? Okay, the component amount, which is the future value, it's minus the principal to find the component interest. So we're gonna take this, the component amount, which is the future value. It's gonna be 108 minus 0.83 minus the principal, which is 80. So it's gonna be 28.83. So this is the component interest. How we can find the component interest? Again, to find the component interest, you have to subtract the future value from the present value to find the component interest. Okay, so this is how you can find it. Remember, this formula is important. Okay, this is how you calculate it manually. Each time you have to do the same procedure. Now, for time safety, or for time save, sorry, we have tables to use to calculate the component value for only one step. Okay, but before we talk about this, let's compare between simple and component interest as this example. Okay, so simple and component interest, the same example. If the question said, what is built simple interest and maturity value if he decided to use the simple interest? Okay, then you have to calculate it as we did in chapter 10. The interest is going to be 25.60. The maturity value is going to be 105.6. So this is if I use simple interest. Now, if I use component interest, and I will calculate it manually as I did here. Okay, so I did calculate it manually. So in the end, it's going to be 108.83 to find the component interest, subtract the future value minus the present value, then you will have the component interest. So the component is 28.83. Component interest here is higher than the simple interest. Okay, so this is the method. If this is the scenarios, if Bill wanted to decided which one to go for after doing some calculation, he decided to go with the component interest because this is will give him much more money because he will using a saving account. Okay, now let's see how we can use the table lookup. As I said before, you have a tables, okay, to calculate that, or to find the future value by only one step. Now, calculate the component amount by table lookup. First step, find the period. What is the period? Okay, you will take the years. This is usually given in the question. Years multiplied by the number of time interest is component in 1 year. In the question, they said the interest is component annually. Okay, then you have to multiply the number of years in the question. Let's say it's 3 by 1. So this is the number of period. If the question is, say, semi-annually, then you have to multiply the 3 years in the question by 2. Okay, if it's taken quarterly, then you have to multiply the 3 years by 4, and so on. So this is the idea, okay, by how to find the number of period. Now, the rate. So the rate is also similar. You will take the rate from the question. Let's say it's 4%. Let's say, okay, and then you have to divide it by the number of time interest is component in 1 year. If it's semi-annually, then divide it by 2. If it is yearly, then divide it by 1. If it's quarterly, then divide it by 4. This is to find the rate. Step 3, go to the period column of the table to find the period. So let's say this is the business math, okay, book. So let's say the percentage is 3%, for example. Okay, so this is you will be giving this one in the final. You don't have to print it. We will give you this with a question. So let's say the percentage is 3%. Okay, after I did the calculation, I find the rate is 3%. This is after you did the calculation. Now, the number of period, let's say, is 5. Then you have to go to the component value. This component value is meaning the future value. So this is the table for the future value. This is the table for present value. Okay, so this is the only thing we're going to use in chapter 12. Okay, the table component value and the table present value. Okay, now for the other tables, it's only used in chapter 13. We're going to talk about them later. But now let's focus in the first 2 columns. The first column is the future value. The second column is the present value. Okay, now let's say an example. As I said, how to calculate your period. So number of period of years is multiplying by the number of time interest is component period. Now, if you combine 100 for 4 years. So this is number of years at 8% annually. Annually, that's mean multiplying by 1. So the number of periods is equal to 4, which is the 4 years, times 1. Okay, because it's annually. Now, since it's semi-annually, then you have to multiply the number of years, which is 4 by 2. If it's quarterly, then also multiply 4 by 4. 4, it's said in the question, 4 years. Quarterly, as we said before, since it's quarterly, it's 4 times per year. What about the rate? Similar idea. If it is the rate here is 8%, you don't have to convert it to decimals, that keep it as 8%. Now, if it's annually, then divide it by 1. If it is semi-annually, then divide it by 2. If it is quarterly, then divide it by 4, and so on. So this is the basic idea. Okay, let's say this example. In situation 2, Bill deposit $80 into a saving account for 4 years at an interest rate of 8%, compounded annually. So this is given from the question, is compounded annually. Bill heard that he could calculate the compound amount and interest by using tables. Okay, so let's say first I have to calculate the number of periods. So number of period, I have 4 years. Okay, so the interest is compounded annually, so that's 1 time per year. So multiplying by 1 is going to be 4. So the number of period is 4. Now the rate is equal to 8% from the question, divided by the number of component interest, which is compounded annually, so it's by 1, so it's 8%. Okay, so I have to go to 8% table and find the component value at period 4. So I'm gonna look to the tables again. So this is my tables. So I'm gonna look to the table 8%. This is 4, so I have to find 8%. Okay, so this is 8% tables. This looks like this. This is 8% table. It should be like this here, written here. And then I'm gonna find the number of period, which is 4. So this is 4, and this is the component value or the future value. It's 1.3605. Take the whole number. Okay, this is called table factor. This is important. It's 1.3605. Then I'm gonna take this, okay, and multiplying this by the present value, which is $80. Okay, it will give you the future values of 108.84. Okay, so this is the future value. Okay, now if you calculate it manually, you will get the same amount. Remember here when you calculate it manually, so it's the same amount. Okay, so tables, it will be much easier. It will give you the answer in only one step. So multiply the table factor by the present value to find the future value. Okay, now another example. Calculate the compounded amount also by table lookup. BAM deposit 8,000. Okay, deposit 8,000 in her account, on her saving account, that pays 6% interest component quarterly. Okay, so I have compound quarterly. What will be the balance of her account in the end of 5 years? So the number of years here is 5 and it's a quarterly. Okay, so I'm gonna find my n. It's gonna be the number of years, which is 5, times it's quarterly, that's 4. So it's gonna be 20. So the number of periods here is 20. Now the rate, so R here is 6%, divided by quarterly, so it's by 4. So it's gonna be 1.5%. 1.5. So I'm gonna look to 1.5, which is 1.5 from tables. Okay, so this is the tables of 1.5%. I'm gonna find the period 20. Remember, this is the table of future value or component value. So the 20 at the period is going to be 1.3469. Take the whole number. This is called table factor. So I'm going to multiply this number by the present value, which is the 8,000, multiplied by 1.3469. So it's going to be 10,775.20. This is the future value. Okay, so the present value multiplying by table factor, it's going to be future value. Okay, get the idea here? Now let's talk about APY, which is nominal and effective rates of interest. Okay, so now it's the rate on which the bank calculates interest. So the nominal rate is the rate on which the bank calculates the interest. Effective rate, which is APY, is the interest for 1 year divided by the principal. The principal is the present value. Okay, interest for 1 year, how we can find that? You would take the future value minus the present value to find the interest. Okay, this is how to find the interest. Let's see an example. So let's study the rates of two banks to see which bank has the better return for the investor. So the investor went to the two banks to seek the best deal for him. So they first visited the blue bank, and their offer it was pay 8% interest compounded quarterly on 8,000. Sun Bank offer 8% interest compounded semi-annually on the same amount, which is 8,000. Okay, so let's say their deal. Okay, now the 8% rate is the nominal rate. So let's say first blue bank, they give 8% compounded quarterly. So I'm gonna find the period. The number of year here is only 1 year. Since it's quarterly, then I'm gonna multiply 4 by times 1. It's gonna be 4. So the period is 1%. I'm gonna divide it 8% on 4, so it's gonna be 2%. Okay, so I find my N and my R. Then I'm gonna look to the 2% table to find the period at period 4. So I'm gonna look to 2% table. Where is it? So this is 6. So this is 2% table. And then look to the 4 period. This is 4 period. So this is the table factor 1.0824. Okay, so this is the table factor. I'm gonna multiply the principal by the table factor to find the future value. The future value is 8,659.20. So this is the future value. Okay, now done with that, I have to find the component interest. Component interest, you have to subtract, okay, the future value minus the present value, which is 8,000, to find the component interest. So the component is 659.20. So I'm gonna apply APY formula. It's gonna be divided on the principal, which is 8,000. So the rate is gonna be 0.0824. Now the question said find the APY rate. Then you have to multiply by 100 to convert it to percentage. So it's gonna be 8.24%. So this is the first deal. Okay, do the same and calculate the same for the second deal. The period here is, since it's semi-annually and it's only 1 year, then I'm gonna multiply 2 by 1, so it's gonna be 2 period. The percentage here is gonna be 8 divided by 2, so it's gonna be 4%. Then I'm gonna go to the 4% table. So this is 4% table. We'll see it like this here. and then go to the 2 period. So it's going to be 1.0816. Okay, and then gonna multiply the principal by the table factor to find the future value. So this is the future value. Now I'm gonna find the component interest by subtract the future value minus the present value to find the interest, and then apply this in the APY formula. So this is the rate. So the rate for Sun Bank, you have to multiply by 100, so it's going to be 8.16%. So this is how to calculate the APY for the Sun Bank. Okay, hopefully it's clear. Now let's say nominal and effective rate. Now, let's say I have a beginning balance of 1,000 and the nominal rate of interest, let's say it's 6%. Okay, so if 6% is taken annually, then the end balance is going to be $1,060. If it's taken semi-annually, then it's going to be 1,060.90. Okay, if it's taken quarterly, it's going to be 1,061.40. If it's taken daily, it's going to be 1,061.80. And the effective rate, okay, from this amount, it's going to be 6%. How we can calculate it? You will subtract this amount from the beginning balance to find, and then the differences divided by the original amount to find the effective rate. Okay, as we did in the Sun and the Blue Bank, and so on. So this is the basic idea. I'm gonna apply this for only one example to see. So let's say APY is equal to future value minus present value. This is to find the component interest divided by the present value. So the future value, let's take semi-annually. So the future value is 1,000, 1,060.90 divided here minus 1,000, which is the present value, divided by 1,000 to the present value. So it's going to be 0.0609. Since it's rate, then you have to multiply by 100. So it's going to be 6.09%. So this is how to calculate the APY if you have the nominal rate, okay, by applying the APY formula. Hopefully it's clear. This is all about the APY. Now, how we can component interest daily? Okay, so you have to do it the same. Find the number of period, rate, and factor from the table. Now, the question said, use table 12.2 to calculate what 1,500 component daily for 5 years will grow at 7%. So this is the interest in 1% deposit component daily 360-day basis. So this is a different table. So let's say I'm gonna find the number of period. So number of period, what's wrong? Okay. Number of period, it's 5 years. Okay. Rate, it's 7%. Now it's component daily, which means per year. Okay. So the factor, okay, from tables, whereas number of period, it's 5. The rate is 7%, so the intersection is 1.4190. Okay, in number and rate, use it as in the question, don't change because it's daily basis. So it's going to be future value equal to present value times the factor table. The present value from the question is 1,000. It's 1,500. The factor table is 1.4190, so it's going to be 2,120 $8.50. So this is the future value if you combine the interest daily. Okay. Now, the other topics, or the last topic in this chapter, is called present value. Basically, the idea, you will be given the future value, okay, and the number of years, and the question will ask you to find the present value. So it's the opposite way of calculation, and it has a different tables. Okay, let's say this is the tables. Okay, so let's calculate it. So this is the table for 3%. Okay, and this is for the component value, which is the future value. This is for the table present value. Okay, so the table here is for the present value. Calculate the number of period as you did in the future value, and then the rate, and then find the table present from this column. Do not look here. If the question asks you to find the present value, look to this column. This is important. If you search in this table, then your answer will be wrong. So be careful. So let's say how we can do that. Okay, so first find the period as we did in future value, and then find the rate, and then go to down to period column of the table, which table is the present value table, and then multiply the table factor times the future value, which will give you the present value. So the present value is equal to table factor times the future value. This is important. Okay, so let's say this is how you can find your number of periods and the rate. Okay, here in these scenarios, if you wanted to find the future value, then find the table from the component value. Okay, now if you want to find the present value, go to the table of present value. This is important. Do not mix up between the tables. Okay, if the question asks about present value, go to the present column. If it's the future value, go to the column value. This is important. Now let's say in this example, calculate the present value. So first, Rainwafer needs 20,000, okay, for college in 4 years. She can earn 8% component quarterly at her bank. Okay, how much must Rain deposit at the beginning of the year to have 20,000 in 4 years? So the question said about the present value. Okay, so here you are giving the future value, which is 20,000, and the question asks you to find the present value. So first, we're gonna find the number of periods. How many years? It's 4 years. How many times the interest is component is quarterly, then 4 times 4 is 16. Okay, the rate is here it's 8%. Since it's quarterly, then divided by 4, so it's going to be 2%. Okay, then I have to look to the table factor. So I'm going to the 2% table to the period 16. So where's 2%? This is 2%. Okay, so I'm gonna look to the 2%, which is here. I'm gonna find the number of period, which is 16. Then I'm gonna find it, which is 0.7284. Take the whole number. Since the question asks about the present value, then look to the column, second column. Do not look here. Okay, so the table factor is gonna be 0.7284. Then future value is equal to present value times table factor. So the here we are searching for the present value. So the present value is the future value times the table factor. Future value is 20,000. Table factor 0.7284. So it's going to be 14,568. So she should deposit. She should make a deposit of 14,568 in the beginning, in order to have $20,000 after 4 years. Okay, so here you are giving the future value, and they ask you to find the present value. Okay, now let's see an examples. So basically, this is all the topics in chapter 12. Let's go through some examples. So Lynn Ellie, owner of local subway shop, loaned 40,000 to BT Hall to help him open a subway franchise. BT plans to repay Lane at the end of 8 years with 6% interest component semi-annually. How much will Lane receive at the end of 8 years? Okay, so first I'm gonna calculate the number of periods. To understand the question, they are giving us the present value, okay, and they ask you to find the future value. So number of period is number of years, which is 8 years. It's taken semi-annually, then 2 is gonna be equal to 60. R is 6% divided by 2 because it's semi-annually, then it's 3%. Okay, then I have to find the table factor for the tables. It's going to be 1.6047. Then find the future value. It's going to be present value times the table factor. Present value, which is 40,000. Table factor 1.6047. So it's going to be 64,188. So this is the future value. Okay, so this is basically the idea. Now, here is an example of scenarios. Milford section has difficulty decided whether to put his saving in Mystic Bank or for Refer Bank. Mystic offer 10% interest component semi-annually. For Refer offer 8% interest component quarterly. Okay, so Milford has 10,000 to invest. He expected to withdraw the money at the end of year 4 years. So after 4 years, he will stop the he will take the amount from his investing account. Which bank gave Milford the better deal? Here is investment, so he wants more money. Okay, so let's start with Mystic Bank. Remember here, they give us the present value. So N is number of year, which is 4. It's semi-annually, then divided, multiplied by 2 is going to be 8 period. Rate is 10% divided by 2, so it's going to be 5%. Okay, then future value is equal to the table factor times the present value. Table factor, you have to go to the 5% to period 8 to the component value. So it's going to be 1.4775, the present value, which is 10,000. So it's going to be 14,775. So this is the amount, the future value from Mystic Bank. For Refer Bank, so number of periods, it's 4 years. It's taken quarterly, then it's for 16. R is 8% divided by 4 because it's quarterly, then it's 2%. So the table factor here, if you wanted to find it from the table, is 1.3728. So now future value is going to be present value times the table factor. Present value is 10,000. Table factor 1.3728. So the future value is going to be 13,728. So which bank giving him the better deal is the Mystic Bank, because he will have more money than the Forever Bank. Okay, Now, other problem, it's also asking about this is interesting problem. I'm gonna show you how to approach this problem. Now, firstly, Holmes deposit a 50,000 in a new saving account at 9 interest components semi-annually. Now, at the beginning of year 4, which is after 3 years, then deposit an additional 40,000 at 9% interest component semi-annually. At the end of 6 year, what is the balance in lease account? So now, to understand the problem, this is the first year, and this is the last year, which is after 6 years. Now, he started with $50,000. Okay, now in year 3, at the end of year 3, he deposited additional 40,000. Okay, so first, this is a saving account, so I'm gonna first calculate the future value after 3 years and added it to the amount he deposited at the end of year 3, and then calculated to find the balance after 6 years. Okay, so first, okay, find n, which is between this interval, which is 3 years, times it's semi-annually, then 2, it's going to be 6. The number of period is 6. R is 9% divided by 2 because it's semi-annually, then it's going to be 4.5%. Okay, so I'm gonna find the table factor from the tables. It's gonna be 1.3023. You have to find it from the tables, and then find the future value. It's gonna be table factor times the present value. Table factor 1.3023, present value, which is 15,000. So it's gonna be 19,534.50. This is the future value. Now, at the end of year 3, he deposited additionally 40,000. So I'm gonna take at the end of year 3. So it's 40,000, which is he deposited additionally to the previous years, which is 19,534.50. So it's going to be 59,534.50. Okay, so this is the amount at the end of year 3. So here, after year 3, he has in his account 59,534.50. Now I have to compute or to calculate the future value from this amount as a present until the after 6 years. So at the end of 6 years, okay, in here it's the 3 years between 3 and 6. It's semi-annually, then it's 2, so it's going to be 6. Okay, R is still 9% divided by 2 because it's semi-annually, that's going to be 4.5%. Then I'm going to calculate the future value, which is table factor times present value. Table factor is from the tables is 1.3023. Present value is 59,534.50. So it's going to be 77,531.78. So this is the future value after 6 years. Okay, this is how exactly you have to approach a problem. So be careful, do the same steps. This is will give you the correct answer. Now, last problems is to calculate the present value. So Paul promised his grandson, Jamie, that he would give him 6,000 and 8 years from today for graduation from high school. Assume money is worth 6% interest compounded semi-annually. What is the present value of this 6,000? So they give you the future value and ask you to find the present value. So we're going to start first, calculate the number of period. Now it's 8 years. It's taken semi-annually, then multiplying by 2 is going to be 16. The rate is 6%, divided by 2 because it's semi-annually, then it's going to be 3%. Then looking at the table, we have the table factor. If you look to the tables, it's going to be 0.6232. And remember here, look to the present value tables. Okay, do not look to the, so here, if you go in here, this is 3%. Look to this table. Okay, look here. So if I want to look to the 16 period, so it's going to be 0.6232. Okay, so present value is going to be future value times table factor. Future value is 6,000, table factor 0.6232, so it's going to be 3,739.20. So this is the present value that he should started with in order to get 6,000 after 8 years. Hopefully it's clear. This is all about in chapter 12. I try to discover everything. I assign some problem in the chapter 12 review. It's going to be answered in the slide. Try to solve it by yourself before looking to the answers. If there's any question, just let me know anytime. I'm happy to help you out. Other than that, hopefully it's clear, and thank you for listening to me. Hello everyone. Now we're gonna talk about chapter 13. Chapter 13 is about annuities and sinking funds. Basically, we're gonna cover these topics. We're gonna learn first. We're gonna talk about a little bit about the annuities. The annuities and the ordinary annuities and the annuity due. We're gonna talk about also about the present value of the ordinary annuity. Also, we're going to talk about the last topic here, which is the sinking funds. So before we start this chapter, I would like to give you some definitions. So component interest or component interest, this is what we have learned in chapter 12. But here the annuity is a fixed sum of money paid to someone each year, typically for the rest of their life, which is meaning a series of payments. Okay, this is the term, or this is the meaning of the annuities. So what is the difference between the annuities and the salary, for example? Salary is basically the money that you'll get for work you do. Okay, so whenever you did or the work you are working at the institution you are working for, after like if they pay you weekly, after 1 week you will get your salary. If they pay you monthly, in the end of the month you will have your salary. But now the annuities, it depends on the money that you invest. So basically, you will make a deposit for the bank or for the insurance company, for example. They will give you a contract. It depends. Sometimes it's a long-term contract, and they will pay you. They will take your money, make an investment of your money, and they will give you like a specific series of payments each year. Each year, in the end of the year, you will get your money, or after 3 years, it depends on the contract. But this is basically about the annuity. Term of annuities, it's the time from the beginning of the first payment period to the end of the last payment period. Okay, so it's the time from the beginning of the first payment period to the end of the last payment period. Future value of annuity is the future dollar amount of the series payment plus interest. Okay, so the customer in this year make one deposit, let's say 1,000. Next year he will also make another deposit for 1,000. Last year also he will make another deposit with 1,000. So basically I'm gonna calculate each year with the interest, okay, plus here the interest, plus here the interest, and the future value is the last amount here, okay. Present value is the amount of money needed to invest today in order to receive a stream payments for a given number of years in the future, which is the beginning balance in this situation is 1,000. Is the balance today I need to invest in order to get the money after 3 years, or each year is dependent on the contract. So this is the basically of the meaning of the annuities and the future and present value for the annuity. So this is the future value of annuity, the big picture. It's basically the money you will invest a money in the first period, and then the future value is gonna the last period money, which is the money you will get in the last period. Okay. Now we have many types of annuities. We call them the classification of annuities. We have contingent annuities, which is have no fixed number of payments, but depended on uncertain event such as life insurance payment. Now, life insurance payment for some insurance company, if you make like an agreement with them, they say we will pay you if something happen to you, life, harm your life, or if, for example, if you make an insurance in your house, they said they will give you a money when your house is burning, for example, or it's destroyed due, for example, to disaster or any other natural event. So this is the meaning of contingent annuity is dependent on the uncertain events. Okay. Annuity certain have a specific stated number of payments. So here in our contract, we will have how many payments I should pay to the company, or how many payments I should take. For example, the mortgage payment for your house, the contract also will list how many payments you should make. Now, the big important here is the ordinary annuity and the annuity due. Okay, so these are important. We're going to calculate a lot in terms of each one. So the ordinary annuity, the record deposit or payment will be made at the end of the period. Okay, let's say my payment will be monthly, but I'm gonna use the ordinary annuity. Since I'm using the ordinary annuity, that's mean the payment is gonna be the end of the month. Okay, which is, for example, if it's January, then it's gonna be the third one of January, the last day of the month. If it's quarterly, remember the first quarter start from January to the end of the March. This is the first quarter. Second quarter starting from April to the end of the June. Okay, so if I said we're gonna make the payment quarterly, I'm gonna use the ordinary annuity. That means it's gonna be the last day of March, which is 31, the last day of June, which is 30, and so on. So I'm gonna use the last day of each period. Also annually, it's meaning the last day of the years, which is December 31. Now, on the other hand, if I'm gonna use the annuity due, that's mean the regular deposit made at the beginning of the period. Okay, so if it's monthly, then I'm gonna make the deposit at the beginning of the month. If it's January, then I'm gonna make my payments in the first of the January. If it's quarterly, I'm gonna start to make my payment in the first of the period, which is April 1st. Okay. If it is yearly, also I'm gonna start the first day of the year, which is January 1st, to make my deposit. Okay, this is basically the idea behind this, and this is important to understand because in calculation you have to distinguish the differences between the ordinary annuity and the annuity due. Okay, so let's start. We have two methods to calculate the future value of the ordinary annuity. First, we have manually calculation. Also, we will have the table lookup calculation. Now, it's basically, if you understand chapter 12, so this is basically similar to chapter 12 with small differences, but the idea is the same. We're going to use different tables for the annuity. So this is the table for the annuity. It's here. So if you go to the handbook from your book, this is the two columns is related to the annuity. Okay, this is for the future value and this is for the present value of the annuity. We're going to talk about this later, but this is the idea. I just wanted to show you that. So let's start by calculation. Let's start by showing how to calculate that manually. So we have 4 steps to do. First, for period 1, no interest here. Calculation is necessary. Okay, remember, this is the future value for the ordinary annuity. Remember, ordinary annuity, we're going to make the deposit at the end of the period. Okay, so let's say our term is yearly. So I'm going to start from year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. For example, this is year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. So my first deposit, it's ordinary annuity, so it's going to be in the end of year 1. So this is my first deposit. Let's say it's 1,000. Okay, so I'm going to start from the end of the period. Now, so should I calculate the interest from the beginning? No, because there is no deposits here. So since there's no deposit at the beginning of the period, I don't have to calculate the interest. So I'm going to ignore the first period interest. At the end of the year 2, I'm going to make another deposit, which is 1,000. But here is different. I have a balance from the previous year. So I'm going to calculate the interest for the previous year plus the interest and add it to the balance, which is the second deposit. Okay, and I will repeat the same in the last of the third year because I'm going to make another deposit. And then I still have a balance from the previous years. So I'm going to calculate with the interest and then add it to the third year payment. And do the same for the fourth year. So this is basically the idea. Okay. Now, as I said, for period 2, calculate the interest on the balance and add it to the interest of the previous outstanding. Also, add the additional investment at the end of period 2 to the new balance. Step 4, repeat step 1 and 3 until the end of the desired period is reached. Let's see this example to show you exactly how we can do that. So this is our example. Find the value of investment after 3 years for a 3,000 ordinary annuity at 8%. So here, the question here is clear. It said, find for ordinary annuity. Okay, since it's ordinary annuity, that means the deposit will be at end of each period. Okay, so let's start. First, to approach the problem, since it's ordinary, I'm gonna just write a line here to understand the problem. Okay, so this is year 1, year 2. Okay, so this is year 1. I'm gonna write it here. Year 2, and this is year 3. Okay, now it's ordinary annuity. That means I'm gonna make the deposit in the end of the year 1. So this is my first deposit, 3,000. Okay, the second deposit is gonna be the end of year 2, so it's gonna be here. This is 3,000. The third deposit is gonna be the end of year 3 because here it said 3 years. So this is my last deposit in the end of year 3. Okay, now how we can approach the problem? First, I'm gonna start from the beginning. Now here there is no interest here because I made the deposit in the end of the year, so there is no interest here. No interest needed to be collected in the first period. Now, second period, it's from second year. I have a balance here from the previous year. So I'm going to calculate the interest. Here there is an interest I need to calculate because I have a balance. So I'm going to calculate, okay, for year 2, I'm going to calculate the interest. So the interest is going to be 3,000 times the rate, which is 0.08, times the time, which is here 1 year, because I'm going to calculate only for 1 year, so it's going to be 1. So it's going to be 240. So this is the balance for this is the interest for the second year. Now, end of the year, okay, so end of year 2, it's going to be, sorry, for the year 2, the end of year 2, it's going to be this balance plus the interest here, which is 240. Okay, I'm going to add this balance to the year 3. Okay, so I'm going to take this balance and add it to year 2, sorry. So it's going to be 3,000, plus the interest, which is 240. So it's going to be 6,240. So this is the end of year 2 balance. Okay, now done with year 2. Now let's look to the year 3. I have a balance from the previous year. So here I'm going to calculate the interest. Okay, so year 3, sorry, year 3 interest, it's going to be 6,240 times the rate, which is 0.08, times the time, which is 1 year, so it's 1. So it's going to be 499.20. So this is the interest from year 3. So I'm going to take the interest, added it to the 6,000. So I'm going to add it to the balance from the previous year. So 499. So it's going to be 6,739.20. So this is the end balance of year 2. Okay, and this is the end balance. This is the balance from year 2, and this is the end balance from year 2. Okay, now I'm gonna add this to this year, so it's gonna be 6,739.20. So the total here is gonna be 9,739.20. So this is the future value, okay, of investment after 3 years. Okay, so the idea is no interest calculation for year 1. I'm going to start to calculate the interest of year 2, which is 3,000 plus 240. This is the interest from year 2. Remember, I'm going to make the deposit in the each of the year and calculate the interest from the previous year. So this is the idea. Hopefully it's clear. Now, let's see how we can calculate the future value of the ordinary annuity by table lookup. Okay, now we have a table, as I said, this is the tables. So this is the table for the future value, and this is for the present value. This is the table is reported. Look to the percent, and then find the table. So let's say the 3 steps. First, calculate the number of period and the rate per period. This is as we did in chapter 12. Step 2, look up to the period and rate in the ordinary annuity table. The intersection gives you the table factor for the future value of 1. Step 3, multiply the payment each period. This is from the question. By the table factor, this is give you the future value of the annuity. So the formula is future value of the ordinary annuity is going to be the annuity payment each period multiplied by the ordinary annuity table factor. This is from the table. Okay, let's see an example. So this is the same example is find the value of investment after 3 years for the 3,000 ordinary annuity. It should be written which method is ordinary or is annuity due. Okay, so let's start to find the period here. So N is, as I have 3 years times, I'm gonna calculate for each year, so it's gonna be 1. So it's gonna be 3. The rate from the question is 8% divided by 1, as I said, because it's annually, so it's gonna be 8%. Okay, and then I'm gonna look to the table, 8% to the number of period 3. So this is the tables. I'm gonna find the 8% table. This is 4. Okay, this is the 8% table. Okay, now I'm gonna find out which table is this table. I'm gonna look up to the period 3, which is here. So it's gonna be here. So this is the table factor. It's 4 points. Sorry, no, it's this one. Is 3.2464. Okay, so this is the table factor. So I'm gonna apply that here. So the future value of annuity, it's gonna be 3.2464 times 3,000. So it's gonna be 9,739.20. Okay, so this is the table. So this is the future value of annuity. Now, this amount is exactly the same that manual calculation that we did. So always, especially in the final, if the question asks you to find the future value of annuity by calculation, do it by calculation, and then check your answer by table lookup. This is the best way to make sure your answer is correct. Okay. Now, another topic is calculating the future value of annuity due manually. Okay, this is annuity due. So this is not the ordinary annuity. We have 3 steps to do. First, calculate the interest in the balance for the period and add it to the previous balance. Step 2, add additional investment at the beginning of the period to a new balance. Step 3, repeat step 1 and 2 until the end of desired period is reached. Okay, so here the differences here is the annuity due we will make the deposit at the beginning of each period. Okay, so when you how many period that you have, just make sure the deposit in the beginning of each period. Okay, so let's see this example. Find the value of investment after 3 years for a 3,000 annuity due at 8%. So the question said here annuity due, okay, and the time is 3 years. So I'm gonna first understand the problem. I'm gonna write down this number, this line, sorry. So this is 01, this is year 2. This is only for me to understand. So this is year 1, year 2, year 3. Now the question said it's annuity due. That's meaning I'm gonna make the deposit at the beginning of each period. So here is 3,000 for the second year, in the beginning of the second year, and now in the beginning of the third year. I only have 3 years, so it's only 3 payments. Okay, now the difference here, if you look to the interest is calculated at the end of the year 1. Now, since the payment was in the beginning of the year, then I have a balance. So now I have to calculate the interest because the deposit in the beginning of the year. So I will work with the money, calculate the interest and add it to the second year. Okay, so now for year 1, there is an interest to calculate. So year 1, the interest is going to be 3,000, which is the principal, times the rate, which is 0.08, times the time, which is 1. Why 1? Because I'm only calculated for 1 year. So it's going to be 240. So this is year one interest. The maturity value of year one, it's going to be 3,000 plus 240. So it's going to be 3,240. Also, you can calculate this, the maturity value for the ordinary annuity. Now, so this is the balance in the end of year one. Okay, so I'm going to take this balance and add it to the second payment, which is 3,240. So it's going to be 6,240, sorry. So this is the balance, the beginning of year two. Okay, so this is the balance of the beginning of year two. Now, let's check if I have to calculate the interest. Now, in the end of year two, here, I still have a balance from the previous year. So now I have to calculate the interest. So now year two, interest is going to be 3,000 times 0.08 times 1. So it's going to be 499.20. The maturity value is going to be 3,000. Sorry, I have to calculate the interest based on the previous balance, which is the 6,000. Okay, so now the balance here is 6,240. So it's going to be 499.20. So this is the the interest for the end of year two. So the maturity value here is going to be 6,240 plus 499.20. So it's going to be 6,739.20. So this is the amount from in the end of the year two. So I'm gonna take this amount, added it to the end of the year, or the payment making the beginning of the year three. So it's gonna be here. It's gonna be 6,739.20. Then make a sum. So it's gonna be 9,739.2. So this is the amount at the beginning of year three. Okay, now in the end of year three here, there is no deposit here. Okay, because I already made the deposit in the beginning of the year. Now, should I calculate the interest for year three? Yes, because I still have a balance from the beginning of the year. So when it's come to the end of the year, there is an amount, so I have to calculate the interest here. So I'm gonna calculate the interest for year three. So year three, where's it here? So year three interest is going to be 9,739.20 times the rate 0.08 times the time, which is 1 year. So it's going to be 779.40. The maturity value for year three is going to be 9,739.20 plus 779.40, and then the total is going to be 10,518.34. So this is the end of year three balance. So when it's come to the end of year three, the balance or the future value is going to be 10,580.34. So this is the balance in the end of year three. Okay, so this is the difference. So whenever the company says we use the annuity due, that's meaning you will get more money. Ordinarily due, as you make your payment at the end of the period, so there is no interest in the beginning. So that's why the amount is lower than the annuity due. Okay, now for annuity due, also we can do that by table lookup, but with different procedure. We're gonna see how we can make that. So let's say calculate the future value of annuity due. Here, this is important, by table lookup. So step 1, calculate the number of periods and then the rate per period, and then added one extra period. So this is the main steps here, to added one extra period, only just for annuity due. Step 2, look up to the ordinary annuity table in the period and rate, and the instruction will give you the table factor for a future value of $1. Step 3, multiply each period by table factor. Step 4, subtract one payment from step 3. So this is the other important step is to subtract one payment from step 3. Okay, so this is the difference. First is to add one extra period. Second, to subtract one payment from step 3. So the future value of annuity due is equal to the annuity payment each period times the ordinary annuity table factor minus one payment. Okay, let's see this example. So find the value of investment after 3 years for 3,000 annuity due. So here is annuity due at 8%. Okay, so I'm gonna find the period, which is N. So it's gonna be since it's 3 years, it's time 1 because it's payment for each year. So it's gonna be 3. From step 1, I have to add one extra period, so it's gonna be 4. Okay, now the rate is gonna be 8% divided by 1 because it's each year. So it's gonna be 8%. Okay, then I'm gonna find the table factor. This is the table 8%. I have 4 periods, so I'm gonna find out. So it's gonna be 4.5061. This is the table factor. So I'm gonna know future value of annuity due is gonna be table factor, which is 4.5061 times the payment each year, which is 3,000. So it's going to be 30,518.30. Okay, now step 4, subtract one payment from step 3. One payment, which is 3,000. Okay, so step 4 is going to be 13,518.30 minus 3,000. So it's going to be 10,518.30. So this is the final answer by table lookup. Okay, so the main idea here, don't forget to add it first, to add one period here, and then subtract one payment from the future value. Okay, this is basically the idea. Now, if you look to your answer here, it's going to be the same as our calculation, which is 10,580.30. Okay, so this is all about the future value. Now we're going to move to the present value of annuity. Now the present value of annuity, the big thing about that, there is no manual calculations, only by table lookup. Okay, so the bigger picture of that, they will give you the future value and they will ask you to find the present value. Okay, the type of a question is like how many the customer should invest today, how much the customer should invest today, or how much the customer should pay in the beginning of each period. Okay, so this is a type of question. So let's say how we can do that. So step 1, calculate the number of period and the rate as we did before. Step 2, look up the period and the rate in the present value of annuity table. The present value of annuity table is the 4th column from your handbook. So it's going to be the 4th one. It's called 13.2. and then multiply the withdrawal for each period by the table factor. This gives you the present value of the ordinary annuity. Okay, so let's say present value. This is the table. Let's see this example. John Fitch want to receive 8,000 annuities in 3 years. Okay, he want to receive 8,000 annuity in 3 years. Interest on the annuity is 8% annually. John make withdrawal at the end of each period. Okay, so he want to withdraw the money at the end of each period, which is the 8,000. How much must John invest today? So this type of question, to receive a stream payment for 3 years. So basically the idea here, he want to make he want to take the money from the bank at the end of each year. So the first year he wanted to take 8,000. Second year he wanted to take another 8,000. Third year he wanted to take another 8,000. So the question asks how much he should invest in the beginning of the year or the beginning of the period, and then he could do that each year. Okay, so how we can solve the problem? First, we have to calculate the number of periods. So the number of periods here, it's going to be 3 years times 1 because it's annually here. So it's going to be 3. The rate is going to be 8% divided by 1. So it's going to be 8%. And then I'm going to find the table factor. So I'm going to look to the tables at 8% table. This is the 8%. Now I'm going to look to the fourth column here because it said present value. Okay, how many number of periods that I have? I have 3 periods. So the answer is going to be 2.5771. This is the table factor. So I'm going to write it here is 2.5771. Then the present value of annuity, it's going to be each payment, which is 8,000 times 2.5771. So it's going to be 20,616.80. So this is the initial amount he should invest in order to receive or in order to withdraw each 8,000 in a year per year. Okay, so this is the initial amount. Let me write it clear. So it's going to be 616.80. Okay, so this is all you have to do in the final to calculate only these. But now, just for fun, let's just to validate our answer. Okay, now he should invest in the beginning of the year 20,616.80. Now, let's say if he did that, he will be able to take each year 8,000. Let's say for the beginning of first year, so this is year 1. Okay, so the first amount is 20,616.80. I'm going to calculate the interest on this amount. So the interest here is going to be the principal times the rate, which is 0.08, times 1, which is the year. So it's going to be 1,649.34. So this is the interest for the first year. Now, the maturity value is going to be 20,616.80 plus the interest, which is 1,649.39. So it's going to be 34. So it's going to be 22,266.14. Okay, so this is the amount in the first year. Now, as he wants each year to take 8,000. So if he the first year 8,000. The remaining here is going to be 14,266.14. Okay, so then this is the balance after year 1. Now in year 2, okay, in year 2 we're going to also calculate the interest. So it's going to be 14,266.14 times 0.08 times 1. So the interest is going to be 1,141.29, and then the maturity value is going to be 14,266.14 plus 1,141, which is the interest, 29. So it's going to be 15,407.43. Okay, now he also wants to withdraw also the 8,000 for the second year. Okay, so the remaining after he did that, it's going to be 7,407.43. So this is the remaining after year 3. Now let's calculate the last year, which is year 3. So the interest here in year 3, it's going to be the remaining from year 2, which is 7,407.43 times 0.08 times the interest. So it's going to be, let's write it here. So it's going to be 592.59. Okay, now let's calculate the maturity value. So it's going to be 7,407.43 plus the interest, which is 592.59. So it's going to be 8,000.02. Okay, now he wants also to take another 8,000 in the end of year 3. So if we took that, the remaining is going to be 0.02, which is nothing. So there is no remaining balance. He was able to take each 8,000 each year during the 3 years. So the amount, or the initial amount that we calculate, is valid. So this is the idea. In the final, I won't ask you for this calculation, but just for you to understand what we are meaning, okay? Hopefully it's clear. Let's say another examples. Now, a company borrowed money that must be repaid in 15 years, okay? In 15 years. The company wants to make sure the loan will be repaid at the end of year 15. Okay, so they invest 10,000 at the end of each year at 3% interest component annually. So what is the future value of the ordinary annuity? Okay, so now this is the amount that they want to invest each year, which is 10,000. So let's say period, or let's say N, it's going to be 15 years times 1, because we're talking about annually. So it's going to be 15. The rate is going to be 3% divided by 1, so it's going to be 3%. Okay, now let's find out the table factor. We're going to look to 3%. So this is the 3% table. Okay, the question asks you to find the future value, which is 13, one column. I'm gonna look to the period 15. So it's gonna be 18.5989. So this is the table factor. So I'm gonna take the table factor, okay, which is 18. Let's say the future value of annuity it's going to be 18.5989 times 10,000, which is the yearly payment. So it's going to be 185,989. So this is the future value of the ordinary annuity. Okay, now it's ordinary annuity, then I don't have to make another period. Okay, remember in annuity you have to add one period, but here since it's ordinary annuity, I don't have to add one period. Another question: what you must invest today to receive annuity of 14,000 for 5 years component at 4% annual rate. So what you must invest today, this is the present value. Okay, so when all withdrawal will be made at the end of each period. Okay, so the question here is present value of the ordinary annuity. So I'm gonna first calculate the period, which is 5 years annually. So it's gonna be multiplied by 1, so it's 5. The rate, it's at 4%, and it's annually, then it is divided by 1, so it's 4%. Okay, so the present value of annuity, it's gonna be the table factor. Let's go to the table factor to the 4% table. This is 3, this is 3.5. So this is the 4% table. So I'm gonna look to the present value of annuity, which is 13.2 column. I'm gonna look to the period 5. This is the period 5. So it's gonna be 4.4518. So I'm gonna take this 4.4518 times the future, the payment each year, which is 14,000. So it's gonna be 623,000. Sorry, it's gonna be 62,325.20. So this is the present value they should invest today in order to withdraw like 14,000 each 5 years. Okay, in the end of the year of the 5 years. Now B, what you must invest today. So this is present value to receive annuity of 2,100 for 5 years component at 8% quarterly, when all withdrawn will be made at the end of each period. So each period, and they have 5 years. Okay, so let's say to calculate the period. So N is equal to 5 years, and it's a quarterly, then it's multiplied by 4, so it's going to be 20. Okay, the rate, it's going to be 8%, and it's a quarterly, then it's divided by 4, so it's going to be 2%. Okay, then find the table factor. Now I'm going to look to the 2% table. So this is 4. Let's find the 2% table. This is 3. So this is 2% table. I'm going to look to the period 20. So it's going to be 16.053514. We're going to look in the present value table column. So it's going to be 3514. So this is the table factor. The present value is equal to the table factor, which is 16.3514 times the payment for each year, which is 2,100. So it's going to be 34,337.94. So this is the value I should invest today to receive 2,100 for 5 years. Okay, hopefully it's clear. This is all about the future and the present value. I try to go very slow to make sure that you understand. Now let's say talk about the lump sums and the annuity. Now the lump sums, we talk it from chapter 12. It's only calculated. You calculate this from the tables as table for 12. Okay, so this is the tables for the lump sum. So this is for the future, the component value for the future value, and this is the present value for the lump sum. So you will use tables 12 for tables for chapter 12 for the lump sum. So let's see this example. In this example, you have to apply both rules, chapter 12 and chapter 13. Okay, so let's see how we can do it. Now, John Sant made a periodic deposit of 200 to Floor Bank, okay, which pays 8% interest component semi-annually. Okay, after 5 years, John make no more deposit. What will be in the balance in the end? What will be in the balance in the account 6 years after the last deposit? Okay, the way to approach this problem, to understand first what is the meaning for that. Now, John made a periodic deposit. So this is a series of payments. This is a series of payments. Sometimes they will say a series of payments, periodic deposit. So that's meaning many payments. Okay. Now let's say he starts from year 1 to year 5. So this is the years, and he make a deposit of 200 for each year. So he make the deposit in the end of year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, and year 5. Okay, after year 5, he stopped doing any deposit. Okay, now after I'm gonna add it 6 years after the last deposit. So here another 6 years. So it's gonna be 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 11. So this is another 6 years. Okay, so the question basically wanted to know first what is the amount in year 5, and then what is the amount in year 11. Okay, the way to calculate this is using annuity, and the way to calculate this is using the component value from chapter 12, and this is from chapter 13. Okay, so this is basically the idea. So let's say how we can approach the problem. First, step 1, we're gonna find the future value of annuity. So n here is 5 years. We're gonna take it semi-annually, then is 2 semi-annual from the question. So it's gonna be 10 periods. So since it's 10 period, that's mean he will make the 200 10 times, because we have 10 periods. So I'm gonna add it 200, 200, 200, 200, and 200. So this is why, because it's semi-annually. So he has to make the payment 10 times. Okay, now the rate is going to be 8% divided by 2, so it's going to be 4%. Then you will go to the tables of 4% from the annuity. So this is the table. So this is the 4% table. You're going to look to the future value of the annuity, which is here at the period 10. This is 10. So it's going to be 12.0061. Okay, so the future value of annuity it's going to be the table factor 12.0061 times 200. I'm going to only calculate for one payment, so it's going to be 2401.22. So this is the future value of the annuity. I'm done with that. So I'm done with the first 5 years. Now I'm gonna calculate for the other 6 years. So step 2 is the future value of a lump sum. Okay. So in here it's gonna be 6 years, as you see here, and it's semi-annually. Then multiply by 2, so it's gonna be 12. R is gonna be 8% divided by 2, so it's going to be 4%, and then you have to find the future value of lump sum. So it's going to be the table factor from 12.3. So I'm going to look to this table, the future value of the component value. Okay, so it's going to be period 12, so it's going to be here. So this is the table factor, which is 1.6010. So I'm gonna multiply this one here, 1.6010 times the amount from here is 2401.22. So it's gonna be 3844.35. So this is the future value of okay. So in the end of the period, he will have 3,844.35. Okay. In the end of annuity, he will have 2,401.22. Okay, so this is the way to approach the problem. Now, how you can know if the question asks you about the lump sums and the annuity? They will give you the two scenarios in the same question. So see here, John made a basic deposit. So this is a scenario of the annuity, which pay 8% component. Now, after 5 years, John make no more deposit. So this is the end of the annuity. What will be in the balance in the account after 6 years after the last deposit? So this is talking about no more deposit. So you have to calculate based on this amount only. So this is the idea. Okay. Now, another scenario, if the question asks you about the present value, also in terms of lump sums and annuities. Okay, let's see this example. Milrich decided to retire in 8 years to New Mexico. What amount must Mil invest today so he will be able to withdraw 40,000 at the end of each at the end of each year, which is 25 years after he retired? Assume Mil can invest money at 5% interest component annually. Okay, so now he decided to retire in 8 years. Okay, so now let's say this is year 1, year 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Okay, so his plan is to retire in 8 years. Now, what amount Mel invest today? So that they're asking about the amount here. Okay, what's the amount you should invest? And then in the end of this year, which is the last year when he retired, he will have a money that he could withdraw each year. This is the 25 years after he retired. Okay, so he wants to withdraw 40,000. So in the end of year 1, he wants to take minus 40,000. Year 2, he wants to take another 40,000, and so on up to the year 25. He also could take the $40,000. Okay, so what's basically the idea? What is the amount that he need to invest in order to get this requirement? So the way to approach this problem is from the opposite side. So I'm going to start here, calculate the present value of the annuity, and then after that, I could calculate the present value of the lump sum. This is how to approach this is in term all in present value. Okay, so step 1, present value of annuity. So N is equal, how many years here is 25, and it's annually, so it's gonna times 1, so it's gonna be 25 periods. The rate is gonna be 5% times 1, so it's gonna be 5%. So I'm gonna look to the table of present value of annuity. So this is the present value of my annuity. Okay, I'm gonna look to the 25 period. Okay, so it's gonna be 14.0939. So the table factor here, or the present value of annuity, it's gonna be 14.0939 times $40,000. So it's gonna be 563,756. Okay, so now I found this amount, which is, I'll clear it. So the amount here, it should be 756. So this is the amount that in the end, or it should be, sorry, this is the amount it should be in the end of year 8 before he retires. Now we need to know how much he should invest in the beginning. Okay, from today, sorry, in this year before the time when he retires. Okay, the way to calculate that is to calculate the lump sums. So this is step 2, present value of lump sums. So also I'm going to calculate the number of period. It's 8 years here, so it's 8 times 1, so it's going to be 8. R is 5% divided by 1, so it's going to be 5%. I'm sorry, here is divided. I don't know why I wrote it as multiply, but it's divided, sorry. So now the table factor for this, I'm gonna look to the present value here, 12.3 at the period 8, so it's gonna be 0.6768. Okay, so it's gonna be 0.6768 times 563,756. So it's going to be 381,550.06. So this is the amount he should begin with here, and then after 8 years he will get this amount to 563,756, and then from this amount he could withdraw 40,000 each year, or in the next 25 years. Okay, so this is the idea. Hopefully it's clear. So now we covered the two topics. The last topic is remaining here is called the snaking fund. Okay, the snaking fund is to find the each amount exactly per year. Okay, in order to cover the debit or the loan. So it's basically the financial arrangement that set aside regular periodic payment of the particular amount of money. Okay, let's go back here. Here the question gave you, okay, the question gave you here the amount or the periodic deposit. Here the question gave you 200. Okay, now in snaking fund the question will ask you how much this amount. They will give you the line, the interest rate, and all other information, but they will ask you to find how much I should pay yearly or monthly. Okay, so this is the idea. So the companies use this method in order to cover their debit or their loan, and they want to make sure they won't be in risk. So they try to put a money aside in order to cover this debit online. Okay, so the formula for that is called snaking fund payment is the future value times the snaking fund table factor. So it's the snaking fund payment is the future value. This is the question by the snaking fund table factor. What is the snaking fund table factor? We have another table, which is the last column here, is called the snaking fund value. Okay, so this is the table is important. We're gonna use this a lot, also in the snaking fund. So let's see this example. To retire a bond issue, okay, more company need 60,000 in 18 years from today. So they have a debit, the debit amount which is 60,000, and they have to pay it back in 18 years from today. The interest rate is 10% component annually. What payment must more company make at the end of each year so they can by year 18 they will have all the money to pay it back? Okay, so we're gonna apply the formula by first finding the rate and the number of periods. So in here, it's gonna be now how many years I have? It's 18 years, and it's component annually, so it's time 1, so it's gonna be 18. The rate is 10% divided by 1 because it's annually, so I'm gonna have 8%. Okay, then I'm gonna go to the 8% table. Okay, so this is the 8% table. I'm gonna look to the period 18, so it's gonna be here. So this is the snaking fund, it's the last column. Okay, so I'm gonna find, so it's gonna be 0.0219, so it's gonna be 0.0219 times 60,000, so it's gonna be 1,314. Okay, so they should, okay, put this money or invest in this money each year, and then after 18 years they could cover the 60,000 money that they have to pay back. Now, can we check our answer? Yes, we can. How? By applying the future value of the annuity. Okay, so now how we can check our work? By calculate the future value of annuity, because this is considered as an periodic payment each year. So this is annuity. So it's gonna be we're gonna use the same number of period, which is 18, and the rate is gonna be 10%. Okay, then I'm gonna find the table, the future value of annuity is gonna be the table factor. So I'm gonna look to the table factor of the future value of the annuity at the period 18, 10%. So it's gonna be 45.5992. So I'm gonna write it down. So it's gonna be 45.5992 times the amount, which is 1,340. So it's gonna be 59,917.35. If you round this number, so it's gonna be almost 60,000. So by by year 18, they will have they can pay back the loan that they have. Okay, so this is the basic idea about the snaking fund. Let's see another example. Now, the snaking fund, always they ask about the payment, how much they should pay periodically, each year, each month. This is the difference between that. Now, another scenario, they will ask you exactly about the snaking fund. Okay, Now let's say, for example, a company needs 80,000 in 8 years from today. So this is the money that they need in 8 years. The company plans to set up a sinking funds that will pay back the loan at the end of 8 years. Okay, assuming the rate 7% component semi-annually, find the sinking fund of the ordinary annuity. Okay, so we're gonna find the number of period. So it's gonna be 8 year. It's semi-annually. Then multiply by 2, so it's gonna be 16. And the rate, it's gonna be 7% divided by 2 because it's semi-annually. So it's gonna be 3.5%. Now I'm gonna find the table factor from 3.5 table. So this is 3.5 table, 3.5, at the period 16. This is the period 16. I'm gonna look to the last column because this is the sinking fund. So it's gonna be 0.0477. Okay, so it's gonna be 0.0477, and the future, the sinking fund it's gonna be the 18,000, which is the amount they need to pay back. This is from the sinking fund formula. So it's gonna be multiplied by 0.0477. So it's gonna be 3,816. So this is the amount they should put it or set up as a side for twice a year because it's semi-annually, and then in after 8 years they could calculate the money, which is the 80,000 that they need. Okay, now we're done with all the information chapter 13. I'm gonna go to some examples to see how we can do the problem, especially in final. So now Joseph Company borrowed money that must be repaid in 20 years. The company wants to make sure the loan will be repaid at the end of year 20. So they invest 12,508 of each year at 12 interest component annually. What was the amount of the original loan? Okay, now first, from this question, they gave you the money that they invest each year. So this is not about the sinking fund. This is important to understand. This is not about the sinking fund because it's already give you the amount that they plan to invest each year. Okay, now they need to repay the money in 20 years. Okay, now this is the amount they want to invest, and they will ask you what was the amount of the original loan. Okay, now the original loan here, this is not a present value. Why? Because if you calculate the future value, this is exactly how much they need to pay in 20 years. Okay, they gave you already the present value, which is the 12,500, but they ask about the amount of the original loan, which is the amount of the future value that they want to pay back. So the question, this is a little bit tricky, but you have to understand that this is not about the present value. So let's say how many number of periods is 20 years. It's annually, so times 1, so it's going to be 20. The rate, it's going to be 12% divided by 1, so it's going to be 12%. Okay, now the table factor, I'm going to look to the table of 12 at this is I'm going to look to the table 13.1, which is the future value of annuity. So the future value of annuity, so it's going to be, you have to find the table factor, which is 72.0524 times the payment each year, which is 12,500. So it's going to be 900,000 650 55. Okay, so this is the amount of original line, which is the future value. Okay, now problem 13, 18 is bankrate.com. This is like a knowing website report a shocking statistic. Only 54% of workers participate in their company's retirement plan. This means at 64% do not. With such uncertain future for Social Security, this can leave almost 1 in 2 individuals without proper income during the retirement. Okay, so we have almost half of the people in each company, they didn't plan well for their retirement. Jill Collins, okay, Jill Collins, 20, decided she needs to have 250,000 in her retirement account upon retire at 16. So her age is 20. She wants to invest in the 250,000 during this 30 years. How much does she need to invest each year at 5% compound annually to meet her goal? Okay, so the tips, she is setting up a sneaking fund. So the question here is clear. It's asking about the sneaking fund. Okay, so now I'm gonna calculate the number of periods. Okay, so here age is 20 now, and she wanted to take the money at 60. So how many years between 20 and 60 is 40 years. Okay, so 40 years, I'm gonna write it here, 60 minus 20, it's gonna be 40 years. Now, 40 years as a number of period times 1 because it's annually, so it's gonna be 40. Okay, now the rate is 5% divided by 1, so it's going to be 5%. Now the sneaking fund from the formula is equal to the future value. The future value from the question that she needs is $250,000 times the table factor. I'm going to look to the table of 5% at sneaking fund. So this is 5%. This is the 5%. Okay. I'm going to look to the sneaking fund at the period 40. So this is the period 40. So this is the period 40. So I'm going to look to the 83. So it's going to be 0.0083. So it's going to be 2,000, sorry, 75 each year. So basically, she should set up a sneaking fund for 2,075 each year to get her goal. Okay, let's say this problem is 1325. A local Dunkin' Donut franchise must buy a new pieces of equipment in 5 years that will cost $88,000. The company is setting up a sneaking fund to finance the purchase. What will the quarterly deposit be if the fund earn 8% interest? So this is about sneaking fund. So I'm gonna calculate the number of period. So it's gonna be 5 years, quarterly, which is 4. So it's gonna be 20. Sorry. The rate is gonna be 8% divided by 4 because it's quarterly. So it's gonna be 2%. Now the sneaking fund is going to be equal to the future value, which is 88,000. The table lookup from the table at 8% of the sneaking fund at the period 20, it's going to be 0.0412. So it's going to be 3,625.60. So this is the amount should be taken quarterly each year during the 5 years, and then they could pay back the $88,000. Okay, this is the idea. Now, last problem in this chapter is going to be Mike Marco is selling a pieces of land. He has a land and he wants to sells only the piece of land. Two offers are on the table. Okay, so they have two offers. The first offer is from Morton Company. So this is Morton Company. Okay. They offer a 40,000 down payment and 35,000 a year for the next 5 years. Okay, this is the first offer. Flying Company, this is the second company, offered 25,000 down payment and 39,000 a year for the next 5 years. If the money can be invested at 80% compounded annually, which offer is better for Mike? Okay, so first I'm gonna calculate the Morton. The number of period is 5 years. Okay, next 5 years, and it's taking annually, so it's gonna time 1, so it's gonna be 5. The rate is 8% divided by 1 because it's annually, so it's gonna be 8%. Okay, I'm gonna look to the table of present value of annuity. So it's gonna be table factor is gonna be 3.9927 times the amount, which is 35,000. So it's gonna be 139,745.50. Okay, now the down payment from the Morton Company is 40,000. So I'm gonna calculate the down payment, which is 40,000 plus the 139,745.50. So it's gonna be 179,745.50. So this is the first offer. So he will get from this offer 179,745.44.50. So this is the first offer. Second offer, also the number of period here is 5 year times 1, so it's going to be 5. The number of the rate is going to be also 8%. Since it's annually, then divided by 1, so it's going to be 8%. Now I'm going to find the table lookup, which is also the same as 3.9927. Okay, multiplying it by the amount they invested, which is 38,000. So it's going to be 151,722.60. Now I'm going to take the amount, the down payment amount, which is 25,000, plus the invested, which is 151,722.60. So it's going to be 176,722.60. So this is the second offer. So which offer is best to him? Of course, the first offer. So this is the best offer for him. So that's all for chapter 13. Hopefully it's clear, and let me know if you have any question, and thank you for listening. Hello everyone. Now we're gonna talk about chapter 14. Chapter 14 is about installment buying. This is the last chapter in our book. This is the last chapter in our curriculum in this class. So basically we're gonna talk about these topics. First, we're gonna talk about the cost of installment buying. Also, we're gonna talk about revolving charge credit cards. So we're gonna through all of these topics. Before we start the chapter, we have some formulas to go through it, through of them. So the cost of installment buying, you have to follow 3 formulas. The first formula is called amount finance, okay, which is the amount actually borrowed. Now, the scenario here, the customer will go, for example, to the, um, let's say, car company, okay, and they will pick a car. Let's say the car is $10,000. This is the price for the car. They have a down payment, which is the first payment, let's say about $2,000, okay, and since the car is 10,000, there is a remaining of $8,000. Okay, so this is what we call the amount finance. Okay, it's the cash price minus the down payment. This is the cash price and this is the down payment. The differences between them is called the amount finance, which is the amount actually borrowed because the customer already paid the down payment. Okay, now the deferred payment price, DPP, is the total all of the money payment plus the down payment. So is the total of all monthly payment plus the down payment. So now for monthly payments, how how we can calculate that? We will multiply the number of months. Let's say we have 40 months, and the amount each month, let's say, is $300. So you multiply the number of months by the each monthly payment. So it's gonna be the total of all monthly payments. So here it's gonna be 12,000. Okay, so the customer actually ask for finance $8,000, but since they convert the payment to the monthly payment, the customer will actually pay $12,000. Okay, so this is the idea. So the deferred payment price is the total of all monthly payments plus the down payment. So the down payment here is 2,000. So I'm gonna add it the 2,000 here. So it's gonna be 14,000. So the customer actually, okay, even the car price is $10,000, the customer will pay $14,000. Okay, now the finance charge, which is the interest charge. So the interest charge we called here in this chapter finance charge is the total of all monthly payment plus the amount finance. So you will take the amount or the total monthly payment minus the amount finance. Okay, so here it's gonna be 10 sorry 12,000 minus 8,000, which is the amount finance, and the differences here is 4,000. So this is the finance charge or the amount, the finance charge or the interest charge. It's gonna be 4,000. So this is basically the idea. I just gave one scenario, but all is basically the same. Installment line is a line made of the series of equal periodic payments. Payments include interest and principal, as we discovered that before. Now, let's say this example. Mary Wilson would like to buy four pickup that cost him or here, sorry, 9,345. If she put down 300 as a down payment, she can finance the balance for 60 months at 10%, 10.5% monthly payment, about $194.39. Calculate the amount finance. So this is the first requirement, the finance charge, and the deferred payment price. Okay, so first let's understand the problem. Now she would like to buy a car. The cost for the car, this is called cash price, which is 9,345. This is the down payment, 300, and this is the monthly payment. Okay, so first I'm gonna calculate the amount finance. The amount finance, which is basically the cash price minus the down payment. Okay, so it's gonna be cash price, which is 9,345 minus the 300, which is the down payment. So the amount finance actually is gonna be 9,045. So this is the actual amount she need to finance on it. Okay, so now let's calculate the finance charge. The finance charge is total of all monthly payments. Now from the question, she could finance the balance for 60 months. So this is the number of months, which is 60. And the monthly payment is 194.38. So it's going to be 11,662.80. So this is, we call this the total of all monthly payments. So now I'm going to apply this is in our formula. So the finance charge is going to be the total of all monthly payments minus the amount financed. We calculate the amount financed from previous step. So make a subtract. So it's going to be the finance charge. It's going to be 2,617.80. This is the finance charge. Now the deferred payment price. The formula for that is total of all monthly payment plus the down payment. We calculate the total of our monthly payment plus the down payment, which is 300. So the deferred price is going to be 11,962.80. So she will buy the car. The cash price is 9,345 here, but actually she will pay 11,962.80, and that's why, because she converts the payment to installment buying, and there a price for that. Another example, Ali bought a new Toyota car for $18,000, an installment plan 6,000 down payment and 50-month installment with 390 each month. So let's understand the problem. This is the cash price. Okay, so this is cash price. And installment plan, this is the down payment, which is the 6,000. This is the number of months. And this is the payment each month. Okay, so the amount finance, which is we're gonna use the formula for amount finance. So it's gonna be cash price minus down payment. So it's gonna be 18,000 minus $6,000. So it's gonna be 12,000. So this is the actual amount Ali want to finance on it. Okay, now the total of monthly payment is the number of months by the monthly payment. So it's going to be 15 months times the payment each month, which is 390. So it's going to be 19,500. Okay, now the finance charge is going to be the total of monthly payment minus the amount finance. So it's going to be total of monthly payment minus finance amount, sorry, minus amount finance. So it's going to be 19,500 minus 12,000. So it's going to be 7,500. Okay, now the deferred amount is going to be total of monthly payment plus down payment. So it's going to be 19,500 plus 6,000. It's going to be 25,500. So this is the deferred amount. So the car actually, the cash price is 18,000, but Ali will gonna pay in the end he will gonna pay 25,500. So this is basically the idea. The other topic that we have here is called calculated the annual percentage rate, the APR by table. Okay, so we have to calculate the percentage of the annual. We can do that by using tables. So let's say how we can do that. We have 3 steps. First, divided the finance charge by the amount finance and multiply by 100. So basically, divide the finance charge by the amount finance and then multiply by 100. And this is will give you the table lookup factor. Okay, so first apply the formula by divided the finance charge by the amount finance and then multiply by 100. This is will give you the table lookup. And then when we did that, depending on the previous example, so it's gonna be 28.94. Okay, now after I did this step, go to the APR table. At the left side of the table are listed of number of payment that will be made. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the table. It's called annual percentage rate. Okay, this is also from your math handbook that I gave you. You will find this table, and then find out where is the 28.94. So let's say where is the 28? So here I find 28.80, 28.69. So here there is no 28 for 94. It's only 96. So I'm gonna stop here. So it's gonna be something here. Okay, so the annual percentage rate is between 10.25% and 10.50%. Now we find the percentage. Okay, so how you can do that? You will go to the table, find uh, where is the result from this amount from this formula, which is 28.94. And then when you find it exactly, that's good. So you say this. Let's say this is 28.94. If that's happened, so it's going to be only 10.5%. But since this not happen, it's between them, so it's going to be between 10.24% or 10.50%. Okay, so is the APR here is between 10.25% and 10.50%. Now, how we can calculate the monthly payment? So in the previous example, we calculate the percentage, which is the APR. Now, how we can calculate the monthly payment? So the monthly payment, we have two methods to calculate them. The first method is called formula. So we have formula to do that. The formula is finance charge plus the amount finance divided by the number of payment of loan. So finance charge, amount finance divided by the number of payments. Okay, so let's say the pickup truck advertisement. So this is the type of advertisement that you see in the street. Show below show that the monthly payment here is going to be 194.38. So we can check that by a formula and table lookup. So this is the first method, is formula. Now this is the ticket. Okay, now the ticket state that we have a 4x4 pickup car. The cash price for it is 9,345. Okay, the monthly payment for it is going to be 194.38 per month. So this is the monthly payment. So our job now is to validate that. Okay, is it true that the monthly payment it's going to be 194.38? So how we can do that? By applying the formula. So the formula will give us how much the monthly payment. Okay, so this is the formula. I'm gonna only take the information from the ticket. So now from the ticket, it said with 300 down payment, cash out rate for 60 months. So this is the 60 month is the number of month. Okay, so the number of month is 60 months. Now here 10.5% finance. So the finance here, which is the amount finances, is gonna be $9,045. So this is the amount of finance. Now we still have to find out the finance charge. So the finance charge is written here, which is 2,617.80. So I have all the information to use the formula. So now I'm gonna apply the formula. The formula is set finance charge, and the finance charge from the ticket is 2,617.80 plus the amount financed, which is 9,045, divided by the number of payment, which is 60. So if you calculate that, it's going to be 194.38. So now the ticket is valid and the monthly payment is correct. Okay, so we did that by only using the formula. Now, do we have another method? Yes, we have a method called table lookup or by table. Again, we have the same ticket. Now, how we can do that? We have to follow the 3 steps here exactly. Okay, so the first step, divided the loan amount, okay, by 1,000. So the loan amount, which is the finance amount also, by 1,000. Okay, so when you did that, okay, it's gonna be 9.045. Step 2, look up as the rate. So from the ticket, the rate here is 10.5%. Okay, so I'm gonna take this rate and the number of months from the ticket, which is 60, and go to the table, and at the intersection, the table factor showing the monthly payment per 1,000. So this is the table we're gonna use. It's called loan amortization table. So this is also from your math handbook. You'll find it also. So you will go to this table. Okay, find the rate. The rate from the ticket is gonna be 10.50%. Okay, and the number of month, which is 16. So the intersection here is going to be 21.49. Okay, so you will take the 21.49 and multiply this. Now this is from step 2, we find the table factor. So the table factor here is going to be 21.49. Okay, table 3, multiply from step 1 by the table factor in step 2. So you're going to take the amount from step 1, multiplying by step 2, so you will get the monthly payment, which is also 194.38. Okay, so this is the same for all. Another example, do the same steps. First, divided by 1,000, and then look up to the rate, which is here, and the number of payment. Find the table factor, and then multiply this by step 1. Okay, hopefully it's clear. And this is the first. We cover all the topics for the first half of the chapter. Now let's move to the second half of the chapter, which is called credit cards. Okay, the idea here, how we can convert the credit card payment to installment payment. Okay, there is also interest applied. We have a formula to follow and process to follow. So in this scenario, the customer here, let's say he have a credit card by 1,500. Okay, this is the total amount in here credit card. He used all the money, and then he's stuck. He couldn't return the money back. Okay, so he went to the bank, asked them for installment payment. So the bank gave him an installment payment that you will pay 100 each month. Okay, and this 100 is gonna cover each first the interest and then the principal, and the second month, third month until 1 year, or let's say until 2 years, and then you will cover all the money. Okay, by using this method, the customer could use also the credit card back. Okay, so let's say interest charge are based on the interest rate times the previous month balance. So then the interest here, you will apply it for the previous month balance. Payment are first applied toward interest and then the outstanding balance. So now this is from US rule. We're gonna apply the same. The interest first will cover the payment will cover first the interest and then the outstanding balance. Revolving charge account allow the buyer open and end credit card up to maximum credit limit, as I said before. So let's say this example. This is from bankrate.com. It said if you have a balance, the cost in year and dollar of paying the minimum 2% of balance in a credit card is charging 17% annual interest. Okay, so if the balance in the credit card is 1,000 and you didn't pay back, So the total cost is going to be 2,590.35, and this is going to be paid in 17 years. Also, if you have a balance that's 5,000 in your credit card and you didn't pay back and you ask for installment paying, so it's going to be paying through 14 years, and the amount actually is going to be 16,305.34. So you cannot imagine the interest applying here. That's why always credit card is risky. So let's say this example, schedule of payment. So in this example, the outstanding balance or the balance in the credit card, it was 8,000. Okay, so this is the balance that the customer couldn't pay back. He went to the bank, asked them for installment paying, and the bank said, okay, it's okay, but you have to pay 500 each month with the interest about 1.5% in interest. Okay, so each payment the customer will make, which is the 500, first it's going to cover the interest and then cover the principal. Okay, so how we can do that? So first we're going to calculate the interest depending on the $8,000. So the interest here by 1.5, it's going to be 120. Okay, so you will say 8,000 times 0.08. It's only one period, so it's 1. So it's going to be, sorry, this is not 1. It's going to be 1 point half, which is 1.5. So it's going to be 120. So this is the interest for the first month. So the 500 first will cover the interest, which is 100. So it's going to be 500 minus 120. So the remaining is going to be 380. And then you will take this amount and reduce it from the principal. So it's going to be 8,000 minus 380. So it's going to be 7,620. So this is the end balance after the first payment or after the first month. So this is the outstanding balance after the first month. Now done from the first month, go to the next month. The customer also will pay the 500, the same. So now how we can calculate that? So this is the outstanding balance. So this is the outstanding balance from the previous month, which is 7,620. So we're gonna calculate the interest first. So it's gonna be 114.30. So that's this is the interest, okay, and the customer will make the same payment, 500. So first 500 will cover the interest, so I'm gonna subtract the 500 minus the interest, so it's gonna be 385.70, and then I'm gonna reduce the principal, which is 7,620 from the remaining of the payment, which is 385.70. So it's going to be the outstanding balance after the 6 months is going to be 234.30. So this is the outstanding balance in the second month. Okay, so this is the same. You will have apply for the third month. Still, the amount will reduces until you finish the 8%, the 8,000 balance. Okay, so this is how it's work in credit card. Let's say this is another example. So I have this example. The example here, it said Jill bought a 500 rocking chair. The term of her revolving charge are on unpaid balance from the previous month. If she pays 100 per month, complete the schedule for the first 3 months like table 14. Be sure to use the US rule. Okay, so now what I understand, this is the total outstanding balance. Okay, and he want to revolving charge. Okay, so the percentage here is 1.5%. 1.5%. Okay, so let's say outstanding balance for the first month is 500. Okay, so what I'm gonna do first, calculate the interest for the first month. So the interest is 1.5, so I'm gonna multiply the total amount by 1 point, sorry, 0 point, converted to decimal. So it's gonna be 7.50. So this is the first month interest. Okay, now amount of monthly payment she will pay each month 100. Okay, and then I'm gonna reduce US using the US rule. I'm gonna first subtract the interest from this amount, so it's gonna be 100 minus 7.50, so it's gonna be 92.50. So this is the reduction in balance. Okay, so the remaining from the payment is 92.50. Now I'm gonna reduce the outstanding balance, so it's gonna be 500 minus the remaining of the payment, which is 92.50. So it's gonna be 407.50. So this is the outstanding balance after the first month. So done from the first month. Now the outstanding balance after the first month is going to be 407.50. Okay, now done with that, I'm going to calculate the interest here. The interest is going to be 407.50 times the rate, which is 0.05. So it's going to be 6.11. So this is the interest for the second, for the outstanding balance here. Now the monthly payment is the same each month, which is 100. So first I'm gonna cover the interest and then cover the principal here. Okay, so let's reduce the amount in, let's subtract the interest first. So it's gonna be 100 minus 6.11. So it's gonna be 93.89. Okay, and then the amount here still is gonna be 93.89. I'm gonna reduce this is from the principal. The principal here is gonna be 4.7.50 minus 93.89. So it's gonna be 313.61. So this is the amount after the second payment of the second month. Now, in the third month, I'm gonna starting with the outstanding balance from the previous month, which is 313.61. And then I'm gonna calculate the interest. So it's gonna be 313.61 times 0.015. So the interest here is gonna be 4.70. And then the monthly payment is the same each month, which is 100. And then at first I'm gonna reduce using US rule. I'm gonna reduce subtract the interest from the payment, so it's gonna be 100 minus 4.70, so it's gonna be 95.30. So this is the remaining of my payment. So I'm gonna reduce the principal now. So it's gonna be 313.61 minus 95.30. So it's gonna be 218.31. So this is the remaining balance after the third month. And now the question now asks about the first 3 months. You can, if you want to calculate, you can apply the calculation again to finish the balance. But for now, only 3 months. Hopefully it's clear. You always remember to reduce first. To the subtract first the interest and then the amount. The second topic that we have in the second half is called calculating the average day balance, the average daily balance. So this is important. You have to understand it in order to apply the calculation. So first, what is average daily balance mean? Is the amount owed at the end of each day. So since you have an amount from the previous day, then you have to calculate the interest again, depending on this amount to end up the day with another amount. Okay, so we have 6 steps to do. Okay, so first step, you have to calculate the daily balance or amount owed at the end of each day during the billing cycle. Okay, so first, the daily balance is the previous balance. This is important. So the daily balance is the previous balance plus the cash advance plus the purchases minus the payment minus the credit. Okay, now how you can calculate the cash advance, how you can calculate the purchase and payment and credit, all of them it will be giving. So when the daily balance is the same for more than one day, okay, then multiply it by the number of days. So if you have numbers of days, the daily balance are the same. Okay, so let's say I have a days between 1 to 4. Okay, and all of them, the daily balance, let's say, is 100. So how many days I have between 1 to 4? I have 4 days. Then I'm gonna multiply 100 by 4. It's gonna be 400 because the amount are the same. So I'm gonna multiply by the number of days. Okay, so this is rule. Step 3, edit the cumulative daily balance. You have to make a sum. Step 4, divide the sum of the cumulative balance by the number of days in the billing cycle. You will calculate the number of days in the billing cycle and divide this by the cumulative daily balance. Step 5, calculate the financial charge, which is the rate per month times the average daily balance. And step 6, the new balance is going to be the previous balance plus cash advances plus the purchase minus payment and credit plus the finance charge. Okay, students are clear, I know. Let's say this example. So I have this example. Calculate the average daily balance and the financial charge from the information that follows. So here is the table of information. We have 31-day billing cycle. So this is giving. And in August 20, it's a billing date. Okay. And I have a previous balance, which is 210. Okay. And in August 27, it was there is a payment about $30. And then in August 31, there's a charge about, sorry, the payment is 50, sorry, and the charge is 30. And in September 5th, there is a payment about 10, about 10, there's a payment is about 10. And in September 10, there's a cash advance about 60. Okay, so how we are gonna deal with that? So I'm gonna start by organize the information for myself to make the calculation correct. So I'm gonna start by number of day, okay, of current balance. Now, first, the previous balance, okay, it was between September 20 and August 20 and August 27. How many days between August 20 and August 27? I have 7 days. Okay, so the number of days here is 7. And the balance, okay, so this is the current, which is during the 7 days, it was 210. Okay, now done with that, just to make it clear. Now I have a payment. Okay, I did make a payment between August 27 up to August 31. So how many days between this? It was 4 days. And the payment here, it was 50. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take the 50, subtract it from 210. So it's going to be 210 minus the 50. So it's going to be 160. Okay, so this is 160. Why? Because I subtract the payment from the balance, the previous balance, because I did make this payment. Okay, so this is done in 4 days. Now, how many days I have between August 31 and September 5th? I have 5 days. Okay, and from this day, there is a charge, which is about 30. So this is the charge, about $30. So the charge is based on the outstanding balance. So I'm gonna pay this charge. I added this amount of a charge to my payment. So it's gonna be 160 minus, plus the charge, which is $30. So it's gonna be 190. Okay, so 190 because I'm gonna add the charge because I didn't make the payment in time, so I have another charge. Okay, done with that. Now, how many days I have between September 5th and September 10th? I have 5 days. Okay, and since I have 5 days, there is a payment of $10. I did make a payment of $10. Since I made a payment, then I'm gonna subtract this payment from the amount. So let's say the amount outstanding, which is 190, minus the $10 that I made. So the remaining here is gonna be 180. Okay, now done with that. So I done with all of that. Okay, but I still have a cash advance here, which is 60. Okay, so the cash advance, I'm gonna edit the cash advance that I made, which is 180 plus the $60. Okay, so this is the cash advance. So the remaining is gonna be 240. Oh, the total. Okay, so now done with that, but I don't know how many days here. Okay, how I can calculate the days here? I'm gonna first subtract how many subtract the total 31 day billing cycle. This is 31 days. I'm gonna subtract it from the total of number of these days. Okay, now 7 plus 4 is 11th, 11th plus 5 is 16, 16 plus 5 is 21. So I'm gonna make a sum of this day and then subtract it from 31, which is 21. The remaining is 10 days. So I'm gonna apply the 10 days here, which is the remaining days of the 31 day billing cycle. Okay, now if you make a sum of all of these days, it's gonna be 31. Okay, now done with the initial steps, and then I'm gonna multiply. Remember, if you have the more than one day, the same balance, you have to multiply. So then I'm gonna multiply this. So it's gonna be, let's say, change color. So let's say times 7 times 210. So it's gonna be 1,470. 4 times 160, it's gonna be 640. 5 times 190, it's gonna be 950. 5 times 180, it's gonna be 900. 10 times 240, it's gonna be 2040. Okay, and then make a sum all of these. So the total is gonna be 6,360. So this is, we call this so this is the cumulative here from steps here. So we done up to step 3, which is added the cumulative daily balance. Step 4, we have to divide the sum of cumulative day balance by the number of days. So I'm gonna basically take this amount. So it's gonna be 6,360 divided by 31, which is the number of days. So it's gonna be 205.16. Okay, so this is the average daily balance. So this is the average daily balance. Now, we calculate the average daily balance, and then we have to calculate the finance charge. Okay, so the finance charge is gonna be the average daily, which is 200.5.16 times from the new balance, the finance charge, sorry, is the rate per month times the average daily month, and the rate by month here from the question is 0.02. So it's going to be 400.10. So this is how we solve the type of these problems. A lot of steps, but always follow the same procedure as I did here. Memorize the steps. Do not skip any steps. Remember when you have to subtract and when you have to edit. Here subtract, and here editing and editing. Just memorize the procedure. What's that meaning? And then it's going to be much easier. Okay, now let's say another example. Yes, this is an example. No, this is an example of a revolving credit card. Calculate the balance outstanding at the end of month 2. Use US rule, giving the following. So this is also for revolving the credit card. Let's say this example how we can do it. So first, the initial amount is 600. So it's going to be 600. The interest here is 2.5 interest. So I'm going to calculate the interest. So it's going to be 600 times 0.025. Sorry, not 15. This is 1.025. Sorry. So it's going to be $15. Okay. Now the monthly payment from the question, she confirmed to pay $40. Okay. So the $40 first, I'm gonna subtract the interest minus 15, and the remaining is gonna be 25. So this is the remaining from the payment that the customer made, and then I'm gonna reduce this from the 600, sorry, 25. So it's gonna be 575. Okay, this is the remaining balance after first month. So I'm gonna start second month with this amount, 575, and then calculate the interest, 0.025. So it's gonna be 40.38. The monthly payment is still the same, which is 40. And then I'm gonna apply US rule by subtract the interest from the payment. So it's gonna be 40 minus 40.38. So it's gonna be 25.62. And then I'm gonna reduce the amount by the remaining amount, the outstanding balance by the remaining amount. So 575 minus 25.62. So it's going to be 549.38. So this is the balance after the second month. Because the question asks you about 2 months. So calculate that. Hopefully it's clear. Let's say this is an example. So now we've done all the topics in chapter 14. Now I'm gonna give you some examples to see how the type of problem that we will face in the final. So let's say this example. First America Bank's monthly payment to charge on 48 month 20,000 loan is 488.26. The US Bank's monthly payment fee is 497.70 for the same loan amount. What would be the APR for an auto loan for each these bank? Use the business math handbook. Okay, now we have a formula for the APR, which is finance charge divided by the amount finance multiplied by 100. To find the table, lookup, and then we're gonna look to the table. Okay, so let's say first calculate using the formula for the first American bank. So the total of monthly payment, it's gonna be, from the question, it's gonna be 488 times 26 times 48 months. This is the number of months, so it's gonna be 23,436.48. So this is the total of monthly payments. Remember, to calculate the finance charge, we have to calculate first the total of monthly payments, and then the finance charge it's going to be the total of monthly payment 23,436.48 minus the 20,000, which is the amount finance. Yes, so it's going to be 3,436.48. So this is the finance charge. Now we have the amount finance, then we can apply the formula. So APR formula, it's going to be the finance charge, which is 3,436.48 divided by the amount finance, which is 20,000. So multiply by 100. So it's going to be 17,100. It's going to be 17.1824. So this is the APR formula, and then I'm gonna go to the table and find the table factor at 17.1824. So I'm gonna look to the tables. So this is the tables. I'm gonna calculate so it's gonna be here. So it's going to be here. So this is the annual percentage rate. You will get find out the 17.1824. So I'm going to start here. There is no 17 here. So it's 14 here. So this is the 17.18. Okay, so I find that is between 8% and 8.25%. Okay, so see, this is the 17.18. Since there's the goal is to find 17.1824, and we only find 17.18, so it's between these values. Okay, so I'm gonna apply here. So it's between 8% and 8.25%. Okay, so this is the first American bank. Let's say the US bank. Also, I'm gonna calculate the total of monthly payment. So it's gonna be from the question 497.70 times 48, which is the number of months. So it's gonna be 23,889.60. And then I'm gonna calculate the finance charge. So it's going to be 23,889.60 minus the finance by the amount of finance, which is 20,000. So the remaining is going to be 3,889.60. And then I'm going to apply the APR formula. So it's going to be the finance charge, which is 3,889.60 divided by the 20,000 times 100. So it's going to be 19.45. So this is the table lookup. I'm going to now go to the tables, find 19.45. So let's say this is the tables. So I'm going to find where is the 19.45. It's gonna something here between 19.7, sorry, 19.07 and 90, it's between 18.07 and 18.61. So this is, you'll find this here. So the percentage here for the US bank is going to be 8.75 and 9%. Okay, so it's between 8.75% and 9%. Okay, now another question. This is also about the daily balance. So let's say from the following fact, Molly Roy has requested you to calculate the average daily balance. The customer believes that the average daily balance should be 877.67. Respond to the customer concern. Now the customer, he said the amount you charge me is higher than it should be. So we wanted to also calculate the average daily to make sure there is no the amount is accurate. So first I'm going to start by number of days as we did before. So number of days of current balance, and then I'm going to calculate the current balance. Okay, so now the number of days between March 18 and March 25 is 6 days, and the amount here is the previous balance, which is 800. Okay, now for the payment, in the payment I have to subtract the payment, which is $60 from the 800. So it's going to be 800 minus the $60. So the remaining here is going to be 740. And how many days between March 24 to March 29 is 5 days. So done with that. Okay, now there is a charge, okay, and the charge here is 250 because the customer didn't pay on that time. So I'm gonna add to the charge to the amount, which is 740 plus 250. So the balance here is gonna be 990, and the number of days between March 29 and April 5th is 7 days. And then there is a payment. The customer made a payment here about $20. Okay, so I'm gonna subtract this payment from the previous balance. So it's gonna be 990 minus the $20. So it's gonna be 970. And how many days between April 4th and April 9th is 4 days. Okay, now there is a charge on the credit card. So the charge here, it was 200. Okay, I'm gonna edit this amount on the previous balance. So it's gonna be 970 plus the 200. So the final amount is gonna be 1170. Okay, and the number of days here, I'm gonna subtract the 28-day billing cycle from the total number that I have here. Okay, so 6 plus 5 is 11, 11 plus 7 is 18, 18 plus 4 is 22. Okay, so I'm gonna say here it's gonna be 28 plus 22, it's gonna be 6. Okay, so this is the last period of the number of days, and we calculate the number here is going to be 28. Okay, now third step, I'm going to multiply each number, the number of days times the current balance. So the total here is going to be, let's say, so 6 times 800 is going to be 4,800. 5 times 740 is going to be 3,700. 7 times 919 is going to be 6,930. And 4 times 970 is going to be 3,880. And then 6 times 1,170 is going to be 7,020. Okay, and then I'm going to make a sum to find the cumulative daily balance. So it's going to be 26,330. Okay, so this is the total sum. Now I have to find the which is, from here we have to find the finance. So the finance charge is going to be 26,330 divided on the daily number of day, which is 28. So it's going to be here 940.36. So this is the actual amount, and the customer said he should pay only 877.67, and the reason why, because the customer divided the number of days by 30. So if you take this, the finance charge, okay, if you take the amount 26,330 divided by 30, so it's going to be, as the customer said, it's going to be 877.67. So the customer divided the cumulative daily balance on the 30, which is wrong. He should divide it in the 28. That's why we got a lower amount. So the customer console is wrong, and the actual calculation is correct. Okay, so this is the end of our curriculum, and we discover all the chapters. Hopefully it's clear. If you have any question, just let me know, and good luck in your final. Okay, now let's talk about the final. The final, it will be on December 19, and it will be only for 1 hour. So please make sure that you finish your work before the end of the time. I have a sample from last semester, so I want to go through it with you to show you how you can solve the problem. This like sample, it was during the Corona time, so it has more question that you will see in the final. So hopefully in the final you'll see like less than this question, because it's only 1 hour and much easier, hopefully. So as you see, this one, it was in last semester in spring from your university. Okay, 19th of April. The total mark is 100. Okay, you have to do this declaration during the exam. You have to enter your name, your student ID number, signature, and the section number and the date of the exam. Make sure during the exam you fill all of these out. Okay, now let's see the first question. Question 1. An employee is working 6 days a week from Monday to Saturday. Assume the overtime for the employee is 1.5 times after 40 hours. The following table shows his working hours. A. Complete the table below. Show your work. Remember, you have to show me your work, all the calculation. Please do not skip any step, because if you skip any step, then you will lose a point. Make sure to write down all the answer. So let's start. Okay, this is the table from Monday to Saturday, and this is all his working hour. Okay, so the first requirement is to find the total hours. Okay, so how we can calculate that? Total hours. I'm gonna here only make a sum, so it's gonna be 10 plus 10 plus 8 plus 8 plus 10 plus 8, and the total is gonna be 45 hours. Okay, so here the total hour is 54. Okay, now the second requirement is to find the overtime hours. This is the total hour. The overtime hours, how I can calculate that? I'm gonna subtract the total from the regular hour. The regular hour for any employee is 14 hours, as you see here. This is the regular hours is 14. So I'm gonna subtract the total from the regular hour. So overtime, okay, overtime hour, it's gonna be 54 minus 40, it's gonna be 14. So here it's gonna be 14. Okay. Second requirement is to find the overtime rate. Okay. How I'm gonna calculate the overtime. We have a formula for that. So overtime rate is gonna be the regular payment, which is 25, times the overtime rate, which is 1.5. Okay. So it's gonna be $37.5. Okay, so this is how you can answer the requirement. Please do not skip any step from this. So now the overtime rate is gonna be 37.5. Okay, now how I'm gonna grade that? As you see here, you will get here 1 point, 1 point here, and 1 point here. Okay, so if you skip any calculation, then you will lose a point. So make sure you show me your work. This is important in the final. Okay, let's see other question. Find the gross earning of the employee. Okay, the gross earning, okay, it's the regular pay plus the overtime pay. Okay, so write the formula here. Gross pay equal to regular pay plus overtime pay. Okay, this is the formula. So first, do I have the regular pay? I don't have, so I'm gonna calculate the regular pay. So it's gonna be equal to 40 times the regular rate, which is $25, So it's going to be 1,000. Okay. Overtime pay, it's going to be 14 hours times the overtime rate, which is 37.5. It's going to be equal to 525. Okay, so the gross pay equal to the regular pay, which is 1,000, plus the overtime pay, which is 525. So it's going to be 1,525. Okay, this is how you show me your work. How I'm gonna grade it. I'm gonna give you 1 point for the formula, 1 point for the regular pay, 1 point for the overtime pay, and 1 point for the gross pay. Okay, so make sure you did it correctly. Okay, now let's say B. Mr. Ahmed is working as sales manager in a company and receives salary of 2,000 per week plus a commissions of 5% in all sales exceeded 100,000. During a 4-week period, he sold product worth $150,000. What were Mr. Ahmed gross pay in a month? Okay, now this is an exactly example from chapter 9. So now here I'm working in chapter 9. Also here I'm working in chapter 9. Okay, so let's see how I'm gonna solve this problem. First, okay, let's understand the problem. Mr. Ahmed working as sales manager. So he is a sales in a company and receive a salary of 2,000 per week. Okay, so each week he received 2,000 plus a commissions of 5% and also exceeded 100,000. Now, what Ahmed gross pay in a month? Now, how many weeks that we have in 1 month? So in 1 month we will have 4 weeks. Okay, so I'm gonna take the 4 weeks and multiply by the amount he earned each week. So salary is equal to 4 weeks times 2,000, which is the amount he earned each, sorry, the amount is gonna be each week, sorry. So it's gonna be 8,000. Okay, so this is his salary each month. Now, additionally, he receive a commissions of 5% in all sales exceeded 101,000. So if his sale is not exceeded this amount, then he will not gonna pay anything more than 8,000. But if he like sold more than 101,000, then he will gonna pay like 5% in all sales. So let's calculate the commissions. Okay, so the commissions it's gonna be the amount over the 101,000. How I'm gonna calculate that? I have the total amount he did, which is 150,000 minus the amount that he's set up, which is 101,000. Okay, which is 50,000. So 50,000 times the 5%. Let's make another step. So now it's going to be the differences, which is the amount over the 101,000, 50,000, okay, times the commissions rate. The commissions rate from the question, it's 5%. Converted to decimal, it's going to be 0.05. So it's going to be 0.05. So it's going to be 2,500. Okay. Now the gross pay for this month is equal to his regular salary plus the commissions this month. Okay, So the gross pay is equal to 8,000 plus 2,500. So it's going to be 10,500. Okay. So this is how you calculated, or how you to show me your work during the final. Okay. How I'm gonna mark your work. You will get 1 point here. You will get 1 point here, 1 point here. Let's say, sorry. So this question is worth for 6 points. So you will get 1 point here, 1 point here, and 1 point here, and 2 points here. Okay, so please make sure you answer it correctly. Let's move to C. C, Mr. Khalid assembles computer boards for an electronic company. He is paid on the following differential pay scale. So here a good example from chapter 9 also. It's about the differential pay scale. Okay, now the units produced, if it's between 1 to 50, and so the amount is going to be $5. If it's between 51 to 160, so it's going to be $8. If it is 161 up to 200, it's going to be 12. If it's over 200, so it's going to be $15. Okay, now if he made 250 boards in a week, how much is his gross pay? Round your answer to the nearest hundredths. Now, he sold, or he made 250 boards. Okay, so the first 50, it's going to be here, and between 51 to 160 is it's going to be 110. So the second 110 is going to be here. Okay, and then the left, sorry, between 161 to 200 is going to be 40. Okay, and the offer 200, he made 50 boards. Okay, so if we calculate this, it's going to be 250. Okay, remember this is a differential pay scale, so you have to make like the values between all the category. Okay, now I'm gonna take each one and multiply by the amount per unit. So it's gonna be 50, okay, times $5 plus 110 times $8 plus 40 times 12 plus 50 times 15. Okay, so it's going to be 250 plus 880 plus 480 plus 750 plus no, that's it. We have 4 components, and then if you calculate all of these, it's going to be 2,360. Okay, now this question is worth 7 points. So how I'm gonna like calculate the point? So it's gonna be 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. Okay, then half here, half here, half here, and half here. So this is 6, and this is 1 point. Okay, this is how usually we mark the answers. Okay, let's see the other question. Mr. Zahir is doing retail business in KSA, and he took out a loan of $250 $250,000 from the bank at a simple interest rate of 6% on May 12, which is due in August 16. Okay, first, find the number of days of the loan from May 12 until August 16th. So here basically you have to calculate the date, sorry, how many days that you have. So it's going to be May. I'm going to start from May. May, he's starting in May 12th, and May it has 31 day minus 12. So it's going to be 19. June, I have the whole June, which is 30. I have the whole July, which is 31. And I have only 16 from August. Okay, then make a sum, total days is equal 96 days. Okay, now this is worth for 3 points. So it's going to be half, and here 1 point. Okay, now B, using an exact interest, find the interest amount and round to dollar. Using exact interest, that's what we mean. We will make a change to the time by defining that number of day here, 365. Okay, whatever I have number of day, I have to divide it by 365. So I'm going to calculate the interest. The question here said only calculate the interest. So the formula for the interest, it's going to be principal times rate times time. The principal from the question is 250,000, and the rate is 6% converted to decimal, so it's going to be 0.06, and the time is, we calculate the number of days, which is 96 divided by the exact interest, which is 365, and the interest here, it's going to be 3,945. Okay, now I'm gonna grade your work. This question is worth for 4 points. So I'm gonna give 1 point for the formula, 1 point for your this calculation, and 2 points for the final answer. Okay, so always make sure to write the formula. If you write the formula, you get 1 point. If you miss, or if you didn't write the formula and you gave me the calculation correct, you will miss a point. So please always try to write the formula down. Okay, let's see the other question. A dealer borrowed 25,000 on 150 days, 4% simple interest note. He paid 10,000 toward the notes on day 30. On day 80, he paid additional 10,000. Assume the 360 days year. What is his ending balance due? Okay, so this is an example of the notes. If you remember, like the payment on note using US rule. So let's understand the problem. So we have 150 days. Okay, 150 days. Okay, he paid 10,000 on day 30. So this is day 1, and this is day 30. Okay, and on day 80 also he paid another payment, and the last day is going to be 150. Okay, write it down. Okay, now on day 30 he paid 10,000, so here he paid 10,000. Okay, also on day 80 he also paid another 10,000. Okay, now I assume the 360 days here. What is his ending balance due? So first I'm gonna calculate between day 1 and day 30, and here I have 30 days. Okay, second I'm gonna calculate between day 30 and day 80, which is I will have here 50 days. Okay. Lastly, I'm gonna calculate between day 80 and day 150, and I'm gonna have 70 days here. Okay, so I'm gonna solve this problem using 3 steps. Okay, the first step after 30 days, second step after 50 days, and last step after 70 days. Okay, so let's start. Okay, step 1. Okay, I'm gonna calculate the interest first after 30 days. So it's gonna be principal times rate times time. Okay, the principal let me see. The principal that I have is 25,000 times the rate is 4%, so it's gonna be 0.05, and the time, which is 30, divided by 360. We're using here the ordinary method. It's stated here, yeah, assume 360, so we're gonna use this. So the interest is gonna be, if we calculate it, it's gonna be 83.33. Okay. Now I'm gonna calculate. I'm gonna subtract the interest from the 10,000 that he paid. So it's gonna be 10,000 minus 83.33. Let's recalculate it. By the way, in the final, you can use your calculator. You can bring it with you, but do not bring any tables with you because it's going to be provided during the exam. Okay, so it's going to be 9,960.67, and then take this amount and reduce it from the 25,000 minus 9,916.67. So if you calculate it, it's gonna be it's gonna be 15,000 83.33. Now I only have this amount. Okay, forget the 20,000. So this is my new amount. So I'm gonna starting from this amount from step 3. So step 3, so step 2, I'm gonna starting. So we're done with that. So I still have the 50 days. So I'm gonna start calculate the interest. B times R times T. It's gonna be the principal, which is 15,000. Okay, 15,000 83.33 times the rate, which is 0.04, times the time, which is 50, divided by 360. So it's going to be 83.80. Okay, so now you have to reduce this from you have to reduce this amount from the amount he paid, which is 10,000. So 10,000 minus 83.80. So it's going to be, let me calculate it, minus 83.80. So it's going to be 9,916.20. Okay, now I'm going to reduce this amount from the 15,000 83.33 minus 9,916.20. So it's going to be 5,167.30. Okay, now this is the amount left from um, the payment he did. Step 3, I'm gonna calculate the interest. Okay, the interest between 80 and 150, which is worth for 70 days. Okay, I'm done with 30 and 50 days. So the remaining is 70 days. I'm going to calculate the interest on this. So step 3, interest is going to be principal times rate times time. So it's going to be the principal, which is 5,167.13 times the time 0.04 times the rate times the time, which is 70 days, divided by 360. So the interest is going to be $40.19. Okay, now I'm going to calculate the ending balance. So the ending balance is equal to this one and this one, which is equal to the amount you calculated from the remaining amount from step 2, which is 5,167.13 plus the interest, which is 40.19. So it's going to be 5,207.32. So this is the final, or this is the ending balance. Okay, now how the grading or how the mark is going to be work. So you will get, okay, 1 point for the formula here, 1 point for the substitute the value correctly, okay, and also you will get 1 point for doing this calculation correctly, and 1 point here. Step 2 also you'll get 1 point here, 1 point here, and 1 point here. Step 2 here, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now it's going to be worth for 7 points. Okay, so be careful when you calculate. Do not miss any steps. Try to memorize the work, how you can approach the problem. This is always doing in the same procedure. Step 1, step 2, step 3, depending on the values of that you are giving. But please be careful when you solve problem like this. Okay, see, a merchant borrow 1,000. The loan was for 18 months at a simple interest rate of 4%. What is the interest and the maturity value? So here is an example of the simple interest and the maturity value. The question didn't say anything about which method we should use, either exact interest or ordinary interest. So now, if the question didn't mention anything, I'm gonna use, or gonna divide by 12. Okay, so I'm gonna first start with the interest, principal times the rate and times the time. So it's gonna be the principal from the question is 101,000, and the rate is gonna be 0.04, and the time is 18 divided by 12 because the question didn't mention anything. So it's going to be 6,000. Okay, the maturity value is going to be principal times the interest. The principal is 1,000 or 101,000 plus 6,000. So it's going to be 106. Okay, now this is your full answer. How I'm gonna mark the answer: you will get 1 point for the formula, 1 point for substitute the value correctly, and 1 point for the final answer. Okay, maturity value, you will get 1 point for the formula, 1 point here, and 1 point here. Okay, if you didn't show me any like calculation, you will miss a point. So please try to be like write your answer in detail. Okay, let's see question 3. Mr. Zuhair deposits 60,000 into a bank which pays 4% interest that is component semi-annually. What will he have in his account at the end of 5 years and component interest amount? Okay, this is a straight example from chapter 12. It's about component interest. So let's say first, I'm gonna calculate the period. So the period here, okay, it's gonna be, I have 5 years and it's component semi-annually, that's mean 2, twice by year, so it's gonna be 10. I have the rate, which is here is 4% divided by 2 because it's semi-annually, it's gonna be 2%. Okay, now I'm gonna find out the table factor. Okay, so for the table factor, go to the end of your exam. Okay, this is your exam. So this is 2% table. Okay, and I'm gonna find its component annually or semi-annually, which is 2%. Also, it's asking about the future value. So I'm gonna look to the table factor for the future value. Okay, now let's go to the period 10. This is period 10, and the table factor is going to be 1.2190. The question, remember the question here asked me about the future value, so I'm going to look to the table for the component value. Okay, back to my answer. So the table factor is going to be 1.2190. Okay, now the future value is going to be the future value is going to be the present value, okay, times the table factor. So the present value is going to be 60,000 and the table factor 1.2190. So it's going to be 73,140. Okay, now the question asked me what will have in his account. This is the future value and component interest amount. So also wanted to know the component interest. So how I'm gonna find the component interest? This is the component interest is gonna be the future value minus the present value. So it's gonna be 73,140 minus the 60,000. So it's gonna be 13,140. Okay, now let's mark our, how I'm gonna mark your work. You're gonna get 1 point for the correct period, 1 point for the rate. Okay, you will get 2 points for the table factor. Okay, you will get also 2 points for the final answer here and 2 points here. Okay, so make sure you show me all your work in order that you are not missing any point. Okay. I think here is 1 point. Okay, here 1 point. Now it's 7. Okay. Now let's see B. Be the owner of a small factory. Think that he will need 75,000 for new equipment in 10 years. He decided that he will put aside the money now so that after 10 years, the 75,000 will be available. His bank offered him 10,000 interest component semi-annually. What is the present value of the 75,000? So here is clearly asking about the present value. So again, I'm going to calculate the period. n equal to 10 years. It's semi-annually, so we multiply them by 2, so it's going to be 20 periods. The rate is 10%. It's semi-annually divided by 2, so it's going to be 5%. So the table factor, the question asks about the present value, so I'm gonna go back. Okay, go back and see where's the table for 5%. This is the 5% table. I'm gonna look to the table present value to the period of 20. Okay, so it's gonna be 0.3769. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the question. So the table factor is gonna be 0.3769. Okay, the present value is gonna be the future value times the table factor. So it's going to be the future value, which is 75,000 times 0.3769. It's going to be 28,267.5. Okay, so now how I'm going to mark your work, here we get 1 point for the correct period, 1 point for the correct rate, 2 points for the table factor, 1 point here, and 1 point here. Okay, so please make sure you show me your work. Let's see this example or this question. A person deposits a 75 at the bank at interest rate of 12% compounded quarterly. Find the effective rate EBY. Write your answer in percentage rounded to the nearest hundred. So here the question asks about the EBY. So the EBY, the formula for the EBY, you have to memorize it. So let me write down EBY. It's going to be interest for 1 year divided by the principal. Okay, just write it down in order to understand how you approach the problem. Okay, so now let's start. I have to find the interest for 1 year. So how I'm gonna find that? I'm gonna first understand the problem. It's asking about the future value. So since it's about the future value, okay, I'm gonna find the period and the rate. So the period, it's 1 year. It's quarterly, so I multiply by 4. So it's gonna be 4. The rate is 12%, and it's quarterly, then divided by 4. So it's gonna be 3%. Table factor, I'm gonna look to the future, the component value here for the 3%. This is the 3%. So I'm gonna look here to the period 4. So it's gonna be 1.1255. So let me write it down. 1.1255. So the future value, it's going to be the present value times the table factor. So it's going to be let's write it here. The present value, which the 75,000 times the table factor 1.1255. So it's going to be 84 9,412.5. Okay, now I have the the present value, and I have the future value. Now I can find the interest. So the interest is going to be the future value minus the present value. So it's going to be 84,412.5 minus the 75,000. So it's going to be 9,412.5. Okay, so this is the interest. Now, for the ABY, let me write it here. For the ABY, it's going to be the interest for 1 year, which is 9,000 for 9. Yes, it's 9,412.5 here 12. Okay, divided by the principal, which is 75,000. So it's going to be 0.1255, and then the ABY is rate, then you have to convert it to percentage. So it's going to be 12.55%. Okay, so this is the final answer. The ABY is 12.55%. Now, how I'm going to mark your work, you will get 1 point for the period, 1 point for the rate, 1 point for the find the table factor correctly, and then you will get 1 point for the future value. Okay, you will get another point for calculating the interest correctly. You will get 1 point for the formula and substituting the value also. Okay, 1 point here and then 1 point here. Okay, this is how I'm gonna mark your work. Now done from question 3. Let's move to question 4. Okay, question 4. A company borrowed $150,000. The company plans to set up a snaking fund that will pay back the loan at the end of 10 years. Assume a rate of 8% component semi-annually. Find the snaking funds of the ordinary annuity. Remember, we studied the snaking fund. And the snaking fund, you have to find the period and the rate. Okay, so first I'm gonna find the period. It's about 10 years, and it's component semi-annually, that's mean twice per year. It's gonna be 20. The rate, it's gonna be 8% divided by 2, so it's gonna be 4%. Okay, table factor. I'm gonna go to the 4% table at the period 20. So let's see. This is 3, and this is the 4%, and this is the table for the snaking fund. I'm gonna look to the period 20. This is period 20. So it's gonna be let me see. This is the snaking fund. So it's okay, let me see which period I am at. Yeah. Yes, so it's 0.0336. So I'm gonna go back. So the table factor is 0.0336. Okay, now the snaking fund is equal to the principal, which is 150,000, times the table factor, which is 0.0336. It's going to be 5,040. Okay, this is a good like a complete answer, you'll it's gonna be marked like 1 point here, 1 point here, 2 points here, 1 point here, and 2 points here. So please make sure you get all the calculation correct. Okay, now let's say B. An employee decided to invest 2,500 quarterly for 8 years in an ordinary annuity at 20%. What is the total cash value of the annuity at the end of year 8? Okay, this is at the end of year 8. So the question basically asks about the future value of annuity. Okay, so I'm gonna first calculate number of period, okay, which is 8 year. It's compounded quarterly, so it's gonna be multiplied by 4, so it's 32. But the rate is gonna be 20 divided by 4, so it's gonna be 5%. So I'm gonna find the table factor of the future annuity. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the 5% to the period 32. This is 3, and this is 5%. Okay, I'm gonna look to the future value, which is here. Okay, I'm gonna look to the period. To the period 32, which is here. So I'm gonna find out. So the table factor is gonna be 75.2986. So I'm gonna write it exactly here. Okay, now the future value is gonna be the present value times table factor. So present value, it's gonna be from the question 2050 times 75.2986. So it's gonna be 188,246.5. Okay, how I'm gonna mark your work? You will get 1 point for the period, obviously 1 point for the rate, and you will get 1 point for the table factor. Okay, you will get also 1 point for the formula, 1 point here, and 2 points here. Okay, now let's see. What must you invest today to receive an annuity of 12,600 for 12 years compounded at 8% quarterly when all withdrawal will be made at the end of each period? Okay, now the question asks you about the present value of the annuity. Okay, what you must invest today, it's asking basically about the present value. So I'm gonna calculate the number of period. It's 12 years quarterly, so it's gonna be 48, and the rate it's gonna be 8% divided by 4 because it's quarterly, so it's gonna be 2%. Okay, so the table factor, I'm gonna go to the present value of the annuity at 2% to find this is 2%. Okay. So I'm gonna look to the present value or the present value of annuity at the 48 of the period. So it's gonna be 30.6731. So I'm gonna write it here. 30.6731. Okay, so the present value is going to be the future value times the table factor. So the future value, it's going to be 12,600 times 30.6731. So it's going to be 481.06. Okay, this is how we're going to solve problem like this. Now, the mark, you'll get 1 point here, 1 point here, okay, and 1 point here. You'll get also 1 point here, and 1 point here, and 2 points for the final answer. I think you'll get here 1 point also, because it's 6 points. Okay, so make sure you show me all your calculation to get the full mark, okay? Now this is the end of question 4. Let's talk about question 5. Question 5 is 3 component A, B, and A, B, C. Okay, so let's see. Mr. Mansour, a graduate, bought a new car. The cash price is $60,000. He made a $5,000 down payment on it. The bank's loan was for 24 months. Finance charge totaled $12,000. What was the monthly payment? Okay, now first I'm gonna calculate the amount finance for that. So the amount finance, sorry, finance is equal to cash price minus down payment. So the cash price is 60,000 minus the down payment, which is 5,000. Okay, if you calculate it, it's gonna be 55,000. Okay, now I'm gonna calculate the total payment, which is the amount finance plus the finance charge. Okay, the amount finance, which has been calculated earlier, is going to be 50,000 plus the finance charge, which is 12,000. So it's going to be 67,000. Okay, now how I'm going to calculate the monthly payment? The monthly payment, it's going to be the total payment divided by the number of months. From the question, the number of months that I have 25. So the total payment, which is, I'm going to write it down, total payment divided by the number of months. So it's going to be 67,000 divided by the number of payment, which is 25 given from the question. So the monthly payment is going to be 3,350. Okay, the way I'm going to mark the work. So first, if you give me the formula, you'll get 1 point. If you put the file correctly, 1 point, and the final file also 1 point. Total payment, you will get one point for the formula, 1 point for the calculation, and 1 point for the answer. So here is 6. Monthly payment, You will get 1 point for the formula and 1 point for the final answer. Okay? Okay, let's move to question B. A cement factory in KSA bought a new equipment. The cash price of the equipment is $45,000, putting down a $12,000 and financing the remainder with 32 monthly payments of $1,190 each. Find the APR by table lookup. Now, the APR, okay, table lookup, we have a formula for that. So I'm going to write down table lookup. Okay, it's going to be the finance charge divided by the amount finance multiplying by 100. Okay, so first, I don't have the finance charge, I don't have the amount finance, so I'm going to calculate each one separately. Okay, so I'm going to first, starting by the amount finance, so it's going to be cash price minus the down payment. Okay, so it's going to be the cash price is 45,000 minus the down payment, which is 12,000. So the remaining it's going to be 32 or 33,000. Okay, now I'm going to calculate the total payment in order to find the finance charge. So the total payment it's going to be the monthly payment, which is 1,190 times the number of months, which is 32. So it's going to be 38,080. Okay, so the finance charge it's going to be the total payment minus the amount finance. So it's going to be 3880 minus 33,000, 5,080. Okay, so what I basically did, first we calculate the amount finance by using the formula for the amount finance. Then we wanted to calculate the finance charge. In order to calculate the finance charge, we have first calculate the total payment. And then we calculate the total payment subtracted from the amount finance. So the finance charge is going to be, this is the formula for the finance charge, you have to memorize it. It's total payment minus the amount finance, and it's going to be 5,080. Now, I'm going to apply the formula. Okay, so it's going to be here. Finance charge, when we calculated, it was 5,080, and the amount finance, it was 33,000. Okay, times 100. And if you calculate it, it's going to be 50.39. So now I have to find the APR, okay, by going to look to the table to find the percentage. So I'm gonna search about 39, sorry. So I'm gonna look to the table. This is the table for the annual percentage rate, which is the APR. So I'm gonna find out where is the 15. Okay. the 1539 so I'm gonna look to find where is the 1539. So it's gonna be basically between these values. So it's gonna be between 15 it's gonna be between like this amount, okay, to the 10.5 and 10.75. Okay, so I'm gonna say here is between 10.50% and 10.75%. Okay, this is your final answer. Now how I'm gonna correct the answer, you will get 1 point here for the formula and 1 point for the final answer. You will get also 1 point for the total payment and 1 point here, 1 point here, 1 point here, 1 point here, and 1 point here also, I think. Okay, so this is how you're gonna show me your work. Please write down all the formulas because I don't want you to lose any point, okay? Now let's see this last question. A university graduate bought a new car. The cash price is $57,000. He made a $4,200 down payment on it. The bank loan was for 25 months. Finance charge total $9,800. What was the monthly payment? And round to nearest dollar. Okay, this is easy. So I'm gonna first start by calculating the amount financed. Why? Because if you want to calculate the monthly payment, you have to calculate the total payment divided by the number of the month. In order to do that, also you have to calculate the total payment. And the total payment is equal to the amount financed plus the finance charge. Okay, what I do have from the question, I have the finance charge is given from the question. Okay, it's given, but I don't know what is the amount finance. I only have the finance charge. So I'm going to start by calculating the amount finance. So it's equal to cash price minus down payment. So the cash price is 57,000 minus the down payment 4,200. So it's going to be 52,800. Okay, now I'm going to calculate the total payment. So it's going to be the amount finance that we calculated earlier plus the finance charge, which is given in the question. So the amount finance, which is 52,800 plus the finance charge, which is 9,800. So it's going to be 62,600. Okay, so now I'm done. I can calculate the monthly payment, which is equal to the total payment divided by the number of months, which is given in the question at 25 months. Total payment, we calculated 62,600. So the total monthly is going to be, or the monthly payment is going to be 2,608. Okay, again, how I'm gonna calculate, correct your work. You will get 1 point here, 1 point here, and 1 point here, 1 point here. Okay, so please make sure to show me your work. Do not skip any steps because this is important to give me an idea that you understand everything. Hopefully it's clear, and good luck in your final. As I said, don't worry about the tables. It will be given during the exam, as you see here. Any table that you will need is gonna be given. Also, um, you will gonna you are allowed to use your calculator, so feel free to bring it with you. And that's it. Hopefully it's clear, and good luck in your final. Please let me know if you have any question. Good luck for all of you.